Well. Looks like we are back once again. And I'm keen to jump right back into the story. Because it seems like it's going to get quite juicy. Like, we've made it past the introduction, that is Grunfurrow. More or less. There's still, like, this thing, and I think this thing? Yeah. But I need to finish the ship for that, and the other thing I need to grind for, which I'm sure I'll get done in due time. In the meantime, I suppose the only thing to do is begin. I read this already. Oh, it just does it again. Oh wait, no it doesn't. Okay. Chic. Alright, let's jump into the story. Into the game. Actually, let me look at it. Hold on. I've learned nothing. Hand of the Saint. Well, whatever. I kinda don't like this team, but I suppose I'll keep using it. It's the team that I've been using so far. Oh, we're back on Rose Island. Oh, it's a memory. Bragan was the owner of that key. During Iberia's golden age, he became a guest of honor to the aristocrats and nobility. He was once seen as the symbol of the budding harmony between Aegir Islanders and Iberians. Nobody knows what he was doing right before the disaster, or what he lacked the time to do, but he had already left behind a significant legacy, and for you, significant directions. Regardless, he is a part of the past. I have no doubt you will be the ones to make the choice, here in the present. As for the key, the question of why Briagan's key was left in Casimirs is one we do not need answered. But it was found by the hunter, Skadi. This was no coincidence, but rather an inevitability. You all have a natural sensitivity towards the sea. Indeed, I handed the key to that band. You will learn what they truly are. Perhaps the Aegir will need to enlist their help. They are also searching for answers. Most of them are young, uncomfortable with the ocean's changes. After all, they cannot truly leave the place of their birth. Yes, I hope we'll succeed. Humanity faces too many problems, and the layers upon layers of disasters can easily extinguish the light of our current civilization. Gladia, if you wish to act alone, I won't try to dissuade you. Skadi is just like you. Perhaps all the hunters are. But whatever you do, don't think you can solve all this land's problems by yourself. Ask away. I'll answer any of your questions. Isha Nala. Where did you hear that name? Oh, that's the name of you know who. Oh my word. I've been watching my frames do a little bit of jumping around. I've dropped 500 so far. But considering we're in the visual novel section, it doesn't really make much of a difference if I drop any frames, because there's nothing moving. I'm sure it'll maybe clear up by the time we actually get to the level. Hopefully. Hopefully. I hope. Anyways. We're almost there. But the ocean is just too vast. Even slight inaccuracies in the coordinates can lead to huge errors. That's true. It is also much calmer than I imagined. More than calm. Since leaving the lighthouse, we've actually faced fewer and fewer attacks. Not even the wind or waves are stirring. What does it mean? It means... Are you nervous, my poor little bird? Oh. Eek! What? When did you... Stand where I can see you. Who are you calling nervous anyway? It's just... Very few people manage to make it this far out into the ocean, so I can't be sure that... Nay, your eyes are drawn back to over your shoulder, not to the horizon. You fear loss more than the unknown. Your superior gave you this chance so you could board the Stultifera and to reach out to the Aegir, not for you to wallow indecisively. I know that. Before the fight comes to us, you must... Hey, do you smell that, shark? Of course. Keep this cozy little boat slightly to the right, and soon we'll be able to see the bigger boat. It's long since become yet another nest, though. Do we really intend to dive right in? Do you need to rest, Spectre? Me? Is there something wrong with me? Why would you ask that? Your hand is shaking. Spectre looks down at her hand. The one not wielding a weapon is indeed trembling slightly in the sea breeze. Her consciousness gradually clears up and plunges deep into the abyss, untouchable. Is this anxiety? Or excitement? But why? Gladia reaches out and gently holds Spectre's hand, with Skadi following suit. The three abyssal hunters share a moment of silence. Welcome home, hunters. Oh, a lovely little CG. Gladia solemnly steps onto the ship's bow. The sea breeze cleaves a path through the night, carrying upon it a familiar scent. The quiet vessel sleeps soundly atop the ocean. It is a vassal of the sea breeze, the guest of an era. Idealism was ubiquitous in that era, and it reflected the people's spirits of exploration, as well as their arrogance. Skadi and Gladia gaze wordlessly at the ship. In an instant they are inundated with a flood of thoughts, but in the end they are invariably dragged back to the past, their youth, their home, the rhythmic swaying of the ship. Only Spectre continues to grip tightly onto the weapon in her hand, the sea breeze picking up slightly. This breeze will carry the hunters home. Oh, we're back in Grand Faro. Monitor, burn them. It's probably pronounced monster, not monitor, but I've always pronounced it monitor, so I am always going to. Lord Carmen, we can't afford to stay here much longer. The team of hunters is in danger. The penal battalion is being held back. It seems even I have underestimated the extent of the Church of the Deep's taint. Taint as in... Right, no, I got it. Don't worry about it. We should have cleared a temporary forward base at Grand Faro to continue the pursuit. We didn't have a choice. If we have no way of securing the town, we'll be under attack from both sides. An Iberian tercio consists of at least 10 companies, approximately 3,000 people. The officers of the penal battalion are the officers of the penal battalion are more than sufficient to lead them to victory. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. We've crossed paths more than once. Are you suggesting we let the penal battalion handle Grand Faro and head straight to the Eye of Iberia? I wouldn't be opposed to that proposal, were we dealing with Victoria's fleet. Otherwise our losses will be even greater. Oh, it's you again. Miss Frost, why are you? A warm-up workout, she said. We come from the sea. We are the sea. However, if you're willing to help, that would be ideal. What can you offer? I can make them listen. Listen to my song. And your companions? Apologies in advance, but Dan wants to borrow that chapel. The others are in there thinking up new songs. Music. Your melodies are considerably different from what I used to hear in Lathanian. Are you sure they'll be interested in that sort of thing? The meaning of life is music. I just want to clean up the venue before the show starts. Is it a guitar? It looks more like a ukulele, but, you know, if you say it's a guitar, I'll believe you. Carmen cannot help but be surprised. He can tell that the organism in front of him is truly, genuinely thinking about music. Her words contained no superfluous intentions. It is by no means a metaphor. Use the word as such, and Frost's attention will quickly wander. She only thinks about music. Only this form of art, capable of stimulating her soul, can hold her attention. The lurking sea terrors circle around her, observing, examining, judging. They dare not wantonly approach her. They smell a familiar scent. They realize that the guitarist in front of them is a hollow vessel. Her distant connection resonates through the depths, bestowed to them as their birthright. Even on land, they instantly feel as if they have become one with the sea. How miraculous! These creatures are intimately connected with the land itself. In their eyes, are humans and sea terrors no different? Frost does not answer. She's intoxicated by the melody, consumed by the passion. Khalsi knows that the question was rhetorical. Khalsi, was this also a part of your plans? For them to sit on the coast while the Penal Battalion delves into the sea? If you choose to believe so, then yes. But the Penal Battalion didn't even have the time to prepare a single ship for us. There's already one sitting on the shore. It's been years since the Grand Pharaoh project was scrapped. First we must uproot the evil that still grips this land. I remain an Inquisitor. I will not sit idly by and watch the corruption that's been infesting Iberia slip away right before my eyes. Whoa. 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 Are you all right? Let go of me. Don't just go around picking people up. But, my fragile little bird, how will you climb up this tall deck if I don't carry you? That's not what I meant. Forget it. What's the matter? Inquisitor Irene simply stares blankly at the scenery in front of her. A dim sliver of light in front of the pitch-black sea. In front of the ship's mast, time seems to have stood still for the past 60 years. So this is the Stultifera Navis, the ship of fools. The flagship that housed both scholars and soldiers, the floating palace of a fallen dynasty. It's quite different from how it's described in the books. Let's go. Wait! What are you even searching for on a ship this big? Bregan was an Aegir. This key must be hiding some sort of clue that the Aegir wanted to leave behind. A key? What's it meant to open? That's what I'm here to find out. Even ignoring its size, the ship's also been lost at sea for 60 years. How do you plan to... Perhaps you young Iberians haven't had much exposure to these transport vessels. Even with Bregan's help, this thing was so shoddily built. Why, were the seas calm on our way here? I'm sure you know the answer. Then my next question for you is this. Why didn't this ship sink? You don't mean... Footsteps. Heavy, viscous footsteps. A shadow appears upon the deck, where no living being should stir. No, Irene immediately reprimands herself from having such a thought. Gladia's question was also on her mind. Along the shore, in the waters. She's already seen so many of these. Oh, it's a little guy. Oh, it's a big guy. The moment she sees the enemy, the young, talented Inquisitor Irene's first instinct is to hold her breath. By the time she remembers how to breathe, Gladia has already stepped forward. Interesting. You managed to dodge it. Not for long. Don't even think about it. Or should we? Don't even think about it. That's more better. What? It hid inside the cabin. Should we chase it? Yes, that is where it went. But why would it hide inside? We're out in the middle of an ocean. What do we do? It's not alone. There's more than one seaborn on this ship, and even more sea terrors. We should split up. I'll go after it. I'll head down. Down? How? Do you people already know the layout of the ship? We don't, but that's nothing a sharp blade can't solve. Excuse me? This is the most important legacy of the Iberian sages we're talking about here. And where will you go, little bird? I have an obligation to supervise you, so I'll go with you. There are so many mysteries surrounding the Stultifera. If it's been preserved this well, why did they never try to return to Iberia in the last 60 years? As an Inquisitor, I must uncover the truth. Shall we hold hands, then? What's the meaning of this? What is this? You are a fruit of elegance and grace, but your hard work and natural talents are worthless before the enemies you'll face. I fear we will lose you with but a momentary lapse of focus. You look down on others too much, Aegir. Keep her safe, then. Will do. Shark? Did you remember something? The sea breeze told me. It spoke of a sculpture. It is weeping, waiting for me. Will I be able to find it on this ship? Of course, but make it quick. I'll be waiting for you. And away she goes. What sculpture? Well, let us say our greetings to the deceased while searching for its whereabouts, Scotty. I'm glad you still remember my name. It's going to be the mirror from the music video or whatever. This place really is fit to be a palace. But how is it so pristine? There's not a speck of dust to be found. Look, even the floorboards are sparkling. Maybe someone wanted to keep it tidy. Who, though? Who knows? You said you were going to pursue that monster. How are you planning on doing that? Its scent doesn't lie. Though this place is full of putrid smells, there must be more. Here they come. Sea terrors. As expected, they turned this place into... Wait, Spectre! The scent's coming from below. Ugh. Ishamla. Ishamla. There's the mirror. Isn't it supposed to be cracked, though? Ugh, that impact. Are you alright, Spectre? Spectre? Laurentina! What are you looking at? A mirror? Why is there a mirror? The mirror's been broken. What's with this place? Why did the Iberians make a transport vessel into a palace? It's nothing like Rhodes Island. Is there anything special about the mirror? I saw it. At first, there was a speck of light from the surface of the shattered mirror, but it quickly gave way to the dark shadow beneath it. Its eye. The Seaborn had long been waiting here, sitting alone in its golden hole. Ishamla, Latina, Lotina, Laurentina. It's young. No, we can't judge by the strength by size. Another Seaborn, without a doubt. Sea terrors too. They're gathering, Spectre. Spectre ignores her words as she stares blankly at the mirror, and at the Seaborn behind it. You remember me? The Seaborn nods slightly. It looks at Spectre and Skadi with confusion, thinking. Why are they different from how they were in the past? What happened to them? How can it help free them from their shackles of flesh and blood? Spectre, don't think about it. I'm not. Her tone had changed. Scotty looks at Spectre with astonishment. She had never been able to get a definite answer from either Gladier or Calci regarding the moment of clarity Spectre displayed in Salviento. Laurentina, you... Laurentina. Yes, Laurentina. Look, here on this scroll hanging from my weapon. Back when I wrote my name down and hung it there, I could still remember where I was born. Ah, a lucid dream, huh? Really, it's been too long. Spectre. We can reminisce later. Whether in Salviento or aboard this familiar yet unfamiliar vessel, I really hope that next time I'm awakened, it's by Aegir's resplendent domes instead of you ugly monsters. Hey, thanks for sitting back and letting me finish. Wait, you weren't seriously about to call us your kin, were you? Gross. Come on, why don't you take a little nap too? Sink into the quagmire of consciousness and relinquish the gift of life. Okay, and now the combat begins. That was a good 15-minute cutscene. Oh, he gets the power up from that. Okay, that's interesting. Wait, I didn't see which way those enemies were going. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I just need to defend home base. Or maybe I should have put Lapland up here to silence these enemies. Too late thinking about it now. It's too bad Mudrock isn't in range of this. Oh, you're going that way, are you? Oh, I didn't realize they were going that way. I'm an idiot. Oh well, retreat Mudrock. I haven't seen any enemies going this way though. Which could be troublesome. Oh, wait, no. No, they're still going that way. Oh, they're going this way. Okay then. Let's put Lee here then. Hodo hodo ni ne? Oh, it's one of these dudes. Oh, he's under half health, so now he's spreading the juice. That's bad. Oh, I'm so far away from Mudrock being deployable again. I don't know if that really matters though. Well, maybe it does. Oh no, it doesn't. Lee will handle that lane. Not worried about that. What? He didn't handle the lane? Damn it. Ugh, that went poorly. Oh wow. I was so busy reading the thing that I didn't notice that I was still dropping frames. However, it seems like only a minor issue tonight, so I'm not really worried about it. I wonder if I can just sort of... No, not really. Pause it. And put Chen here. The idea is to stop him here. I should be able to do it. Yeah, that looks like it's working. More or less. Yeah, this will be fine. And then this, and then don't forget this. And then, of course, who could forget this? There we go. Although they are coming out this way. That is a problem. Well, I suppose I can just keep stalling them with, like, Myrtle and Gravel and whoever else. Like Lee and all that. Does the Roombas... They don't clean this, do they? Yeah, no, they don't. I didn't think they would. Oh no! I didn't realize they were going to go that way. Alright, looks like we won. Phew, that was close. I almost got worried for a little bit there. Daishori! And so we go back to reading. At least we have a little bit of a respite. That's going to be the final one there, the ballroom. I'm pretty sure. There are several pieces of damaged art in the officers' lounge. Large, torn-apart paintings, pure white sculptures shattered into pieces, caved-in bronze reliefs. There are also more bizarre things, like a billiards table inlaid with silver, and a number of poker cards with intricate patterns that appear to be hand-drawn. For whatever reason, the traces of the passing years can be seen on this note. It has never been moved, replaced, or dusted, always remaining in its original position, faithfully conveying the message left by the one who penned it, day after day, year after year. Don't touch them. Those are my treasures, and you'll pay if anything goes missing. Try to control yourself the next time you get into a fight. There aren't many things left on the ship to prove where we came from. After the passage of a great many moons, the original witnesses have long disappeared, but these manuscripts remain elegant and dignified. A strange noise comes from the distance. It seems that this ball has not yet ended. Weird. Inside the bathroom, everything looks good as new, and drops of water dribble from the spigot. The only unusual thing is that all the mirrors have been shattered, now only able to reflect broken images. There are still unused supplies in the storage box under the sink. Sweet. Oh, that's right. I wanted to see if they had a certain thing in the shop. They certainly do not. But they have this, I suppose. Which will do. I need 4 more of these. I should have been using Mudrock, I'm an idiot. That should be enough, yeah. Oh, but now I don't need Mudrock anymore. I figured this was a good chance to do this since I just got the whatchamacallits, the blue notes from clearing that stage. So now I can do this, yay. Alright, now that's underway. Don't have to worry about that anymore. At least not for another amount of hours or so. A strange noise comes from the room, as if something is persistently rapping against the wall. Regular and hollow. Persistent and monotonous. Unsurprisingly, it's a sea terror. It stumbles to a halt and turns around. If sea terrors also possess the mental state of confusion, then the sea terror before your eyes is without a doubt confused. It seems to have been battling a wall for some time now, a side of its body thorny and chitinous from the collisions. If it has no way to leave, it will ultimately give up, turning itself into nutrients for its kin. Its body has been impaled with a string of keys, likely remnants from its last mortal struggle. Its opponent had likely broken their blade and reached for whatever sharp objects were available, persisting until the bitter end. Perhaps the wound just happened to cut a certain nerve node in the sea terror, or perhaps there is some other reason it escaped to the crew quarters and decided to do battle against a wall. There might even be another possibility. In any case, pull out the keys and put an end to its miserable existence. And now I have a key. which means I can open the inner door. The locked door has been opened. This area inside the lounge originally was a small conference room, but by the looks of things, the last meeting held here did not go very well. Documents are strewn all over the ground, trampled upon by panicked footprints. A huge chart hangs in the conference room, marking the positions of every ship in the Grand Fleet. The icons that once represented their existence have all been extinguished, leaving the chart empty. Its azure background now symbolizes the boundless ocean upon which this flagship floats alone. And thus the mightiest fleet ever known to Terra quietly dissolved into this blue expanse. Join the pride and ambition of Iberia past. I was expecting to get like an item or something out of that. Oh well. This used to be the tool room on the Stultifera, used to store instruments, tools, and supplies needed for the ship's maintenance. But for a ship that has had to endure a horrific calamity, losing its mobility in the process, banking on these tools alone might be a bit of wishful thinking. Let's search the cabinet. It may as well be the case that even the most skilled craftsmen of today's nation would be helpless before these devices. Not because of how complex their structure is, but rather from the difficulty of operating their arts units. Most of these tools are fairly simple for a beginner to operate. A flip of a switch and a few button presses and they'll spring to life and efficiently get the job done. The only issue is, nobody knows exactly why they work. Just as humans cannot imagine walking without legs or grasping without hands, these machines lack any kind of reasonable engine or power supply mechanism. Only God knows how they work. And the Aegis, I imagine the Aegis would know how they work. The way they use originium is completely different. Let's see what's in the drawers then. At the bottom of the drawer is a sheet of paper that has long since yellowed. Next to it are words written in striking red paint. Don't go to the deck. Don't jump overboard. Don't allow yourself to sink. Read it. Remember. Remember who you are. This piece of paper seems to have been cut off from the officer's manual, and is filled with flamboyant rhetoric boasting that this ship can be called a palace on the Iberian Sea, a mobile throne for exalted kings. The officers and researchers lucky enough to be selected as crew of the Stultifera Navis were the most outstanding talents of Iberia's golden age. One of the passages was marked with a highlighter. In any given era, there were only so many names that will be remembered. History, in all its cruelty, shows no mercy to the mediocre. Congratulations, most glorious crew member. You will surely enter the annals of history. And now the storage room is open, eh? I'm just going to go one by one, though. Oh boy. The further in we go, the more sea terrors there are. It's getting dangerous. Maestro, how do I become like them? Seaborn? It's the same one we saw on the deck. Lunda's attacks didn't do any damage? How will it come at me? With its limbs? Wait, no. How will it come at me? With its limbs? Its fangs? My hand cannon. I need to create distance. Wait. Wait a second. What's that on your belt? Why would you... Could you be... an Inquisitor? Ugh. What strength. I barely managed to block it. Do you have something to say, monster? I can't go down here. I won't. I am an Inquisitor of Iberia. It has taken too long to burn away the Neversea brand. The situation's not looking good. I can see what's going on down there from here. How many hours have passed? How much longer can he hang on? If I... No. Don't think about it, Geordie. Focus. The Inquisition. Hurry. Is that all? Listen to your friends I'll go after it. You go find the little Iberian bird. How are you feeling? Better than ever. My memories are tumbling down like a waterfall from the heavens. It'll take a while for the full picture to emerge, though. And some of my more recent memories are rather embarrassing. I'll go. Your mind is still unstable. Oh, trying to steal my prey? It'll try to escape to the sea. Of course it will. But it wasn't running just because it couldn't win. What did it find? We don't have time. I'll never get used to hand cannons. Hey, where are you? Huh? The Abyssal Hunters? Hello, Irene. I see you've brought us more prey. Did you just call me Irene? Have you regained your memories? Not entirely, but I know I'm in a great mood right now. This is not the time. That's the one from the deck. It's fast enough to dodge the captain's lunge. I really must tip my hat to you, Irene, for chasing it all the way here without taking a scratch. I can't take credit for it. It hardly even attacked. Look, it's still not, even now. I see. I thought it wouldn't be able to resist if we chatted like this and showed it an opening. Your friend just left, you know. It's not too late to go after them. Or are you a pacifist too? Kazimierz, a landlocked country where Skadi stayed for a time. A place of sprawling grasslands and forests, the land of knights. Knights. Is it a coincidence? Or did something draw him here? This ship, Breagan. What did you intend to leave behind for your homeland? Where have you hidden the answer? Sea terror carcasses? And not only that, the wounds are clean and precise. They show no signs of resistance. Scents mingle in the air. The air here is stale. What else is there on this ship? Your belt and pocket watch are undoubtedly human in origin, and even in the Iberian style. What are you? It's stalling for time. This will get complicated if the other one gets back to the ocean. Still not attacking? What a passive dance partner. I'll take the lead, Skadi. Right. Come on, fight back already. Starting to feel like the bad guy. Are we the baddies? No! It's not stalling for time. Who defiles my Iberia? Heathens. The sound of bells? What? Oh? A silhouette. Bells echo through the empty hall. The lights in the hall flash. The Seaborn lands in the direction of the throne while the three are distracted. Yes, the throne. There is a throne on this Iberian ship. A symbol of pride, power, arrogance, and deceit. It's like... Spectre trails off, knowing what she was about to say was far too absurd. It wears a crown and drapes itself in the same colors as the curtains. It kneels by the side of the throne, the two inextricably bonded with one another. It resembles the queens and ministers of old, serving the golden sun of Iberia. A silhouette emerges from behind the throne. Irene raises her lantern over her head, trying to illuminate the shadowy figure. Who could it be now? Oh, it's like an old man. Oh, he's like part Seaborn? Why do you set foot on my ship? He's a Minos as well. Who would ignore a question from the great Alfonso? Why are you here? Why have you broken the silence and come for my Iberia, which had lain forgotten for decades? I'll start with you. Answer me, child of old Iberia. Irene could not believe her eyes. She had seen the Seaborn's face before. She had devoted much of her time during her Inquisitor training to the study of history. immersing herself in doctrines and creeds. How dare this seaborn claim to be Alfonso? How dare it claim to be Iberia's greatest ship captain? You can't possibly be the captain of this ship, monster. Alfonso was almost 50 years old 60 years ago, but you look even younger than the great hero was back then. Irene knows she is shaken, but she cannot show weakness. She reflexively raises her lantern, as her commanding officer would have. Drop the mask, Seaborn. The light of her lantern flickers. The tiny speck in the Inquisitor's hand seems to fit the word lost better than the lights of this golden hall. The Golden Age. The Seaborn briefly lays its eyes on Irene before turning away dismissively, rubbing Alfonso's inhuman arm. A short silence surrounds the hero. Seaborn? I don't like that name. Tell me your name, child of old Iberia. I am Irene, Inquisitor of Iberia. And old Iberia? You dare defile the name of... And you dare talk to me like that? Ah! Where were you when we burned Victoria's ships and sunk the Lion's King honor to the bottom of the lake? Where were you when I paved the streets of Salviento with pure gold, brought back in my ships? Where were you when the Tertios darkened Lathranians drawn like a black cloud? I am Alfonso, Duke of Old Iberia, Admiral of the Armada, Captain of the Stultifera, and King of my own kingdom. You, a mere Inquisitor, dare question me? So the Church's fools have crossed the ocean to find me. What did you expect? A pat on the back? Go back. No matter how you got here, the Stultifera Navis does not welcome you. Garcia, my chief mate. No need to be so bothered by them. They will repay the sea 1,000-fold for the blood they made you spill. Mocking the Inquisition is a serious crime in Iberia. Did you not understand what I just said? Leave. There is not a single soul on this ship, child of old Iberia. Single living soul, that is. We sacrificed so much to... I'm not here to ask for your permission. Such impertinence. This is why I never liked the Church. A crime against a Church too helpless to stand against even the feeble royal house? If you're really from old Iberia, then tell me, who is the incumbent pope? Carmen? You know Saint Carmen's name? Saint? Saint? Saint. What are you laughing at? He didn't even have the mettle to become pope. Does he not feel ashamed when he sees himself in the mirror? No wonder it took you 60 years to find this place. It seems disaster has made Iberia weak. But no matter. Before the ship's doctor joined the corals, we discussed what might have become of Iberia. This is not unexpected. The floor you stand on, this immaculate golden hall, this is the motherland I know. This is Iberia, not the backwater you speak of, half of which you refuse to see or understand. How far has the once great empire fallen? Is it really so pathetic that it took you 60 years to find me? Alfonso descends from the podium. Irene takes a step back. Her lantern flickers. Now then, why are there two Aegir with you? There is no place for the Aegir in my Iberia. We meant no offense, Captain. We were merely chasing some ugly monsters, and mistook your chief mate for one of them. How did you survive so long here? That's the question, ain't it, you Aegir fools? It's been so many years since I took up hunting as a hobby. Either today or tomorrow should have been the day of reckoning. But you chased away my quarry. Now you must once again rely on those... No. Wait, no. You are not Aegir. You are more than Aegir. Both of you. What's your name? Skadi. No, Aegir, don't try to deceive me. We may have been trapped on the ship for decades, but we are no fools. They call you Ishra Malar. I thought that knight was saying Ishra Malar as in like a spell chant or his own name, but It's Scotty's name? Did you hear the bells, Ulpianus? It's a miracle that anything works on this ship at all. Here, the bells signal the start of the hunt. But who's the hunter? And who's the prey? The children of the ocean don't care. If they consider Alfonso to be their kin, albeit weakened, they're willing to offer their own flesh and blood, all to ensure the survival of the strong. A hunter approaches. Gladia. She's too sharp. The skills I learned on land will only work for so long. She'll detect me soon. What will you do? What will you do? Answering a question with a question. Aye. I'm interested in your choice, Ulpianus. I never expected to become interested in the Abyssal Hunters again, but Laurentina fascinates me. I see so much possibility in her. And you've made your choice of your own accord while retaining your sanity. Have you noticed? More and more you're becoming like one of us. Can you reach the truth? Cast aside revelation, lay open the body of God, and learn the truth of the gods of the sea? The answer you're seeking is tantalizing. Look at me, showing curiosity. Perhaps there's something inhuman in me yet. The revelation is imprinted upon the instincts of God's children. Our ways of thinking couldn't be more different. Oh my. You sound even more like a seaborn than I do. Now what's in here? I need to clear a battle stage first, I guess. Above this room's door hangs a sign that reads First Galley. From the size and scale of this kitchen alone, one can already imagine the grand occasions on which sumptuous dishes would emerge here. As its name suggests, the First Galley is one of several kitchens. In addition, there's a kitchen for preparation and plating, another for desserts, and so on. The crew here is served delectable dishes worthy of the honourable statuses, or at least they were in the past. Naturally, the calamity and the starvation that ensued quickly and mercilessly stripped people of their veneer of virtue. However, let us pray that the blackened bloodstains in the corner of the galley are but accidental splatters from the chef carving Sistibeast steak. The desalination unit installed in the kitchen seems to have been out of use for many years. Even the hardiest of races cannot survive by drinking seawater. Their ultimate fate was to die of dehydration in the middle of the ocean. Mist scatters in every direction when the freezer door is opened. It's been on this entire time. Dozens of sea turret carcasses are lined up neatly in the freezer. There are many different kinds, and some are no longer complete, their wounds smooth and most likely caused by a clean cut. A few other skeletons of various shapes and sizes have been hung in a way that could be described as disconcerting, but it is simply a collection of different evolutionary trajectories. From the differing rates of discoloration in the bones, their ages vary as well, possibly spanning decades. By the looks of it, the ship has also welcomed some non-speaking guests. Oh, another story. Come as you please, leave in pieces. Freely does wine pour, bodies litter the floor. We're back in the city, town. I forget the name. Ah, you've returned. Thank you for your contribution. I know how painful it must be for someone like you to go against your faith. But Providence lies just ahead. This is by no means a false promise, but true redemption. I thank you. Lord Carmen is far beyond our comprehension. There is no point trying to deceive him. He will uncover the truth before long. You should also thank Tiago. Our liars condemned him to death at the hands of the Inquisition. I have never seen the Herald of the Sea, but rumour has it the Herald will not refuse the crests of its kin. Because the choices of kin must surely benefit the entire kind, the thoughts of kin must also be shared by the entire kind. We ought to learn from this, as this is also a part of the cycle. Then we'll let Tiago worry about himself. But, you still have doubts. They are unnecessary. Our prophet, Miss Amaya, will she really be able to come back? She has simply chosen to return to the sea one step ahead of us. She is to locate our path, our herald, and the trails of the sleeping city. If she returns, it is to help her kin. If she does not, it is because she is making preparations. We needn't worry too much about her. Just know that she wishes to avoid the scrutiny of the Inquisition, regardless of where she might be. Then this person, this Iberian, why did we abduct him? His patroness seems to have made some kind of agreement with Carmen. He is an enemy. I really wish you'd choose another way of describing my relationship with the Doctor. You've been investigating us, have you not? I've devoted quite a lot of time explaining our deals to you, and we would prefer not to hurt you. Have you thought things through? I think I've heard everything I need to know about your hypocrisy. Hypocrisy? You still speak of morality. The morality of the human realm. I couldn't care less what these sea-terrors of Seaborn really are. All I see are a bunch of outlaws inventing a reason to vent their frustrations with Iberia and the Inquisition. While I haven't lived here for a particularly long time, I am an Iberian. And I've been to a lot of places and seen a lot of different things. People like you who think they're special are actually a dime a dozen. If the gods you talk about are real and all that nonsense about being the pinnacle of evolution or the bleeding edge of life, then surely those gods must look down on people like you, right? How dare you? No, he's right. That is why the Herald no longer speaks to us. That is why only Amaya can hear the voice of the ocean, and only she can guide us. So there really was something off about Amaya. I should have caught on sooner. That said, how's it looking? Whatever those things of yours are, that Neversea brand, they aren't able to get into the center of town at all. That black monster can do more than fly. It can even belch out terrifying jets of flame. The Neversea brand can't spread faster than it's being burned. If this gets dragged out, then Grand Faro will fall into the Inquisition's hands as soon as the sea terrors holding back the penal battalion are exterminated. Then we all die. No, Tiago, no. All these things you speak of, you do not grieve for the kin who willingly give themselves up to hold back our enemies. In other words, you are not yet resolved to sacrifice yourself for our entire kind at a moment's notice. Don't talk to me like that. Our interests happen to line up this time. I'm just an old fogey with no interest in becoming an ocean hugger. What a low-born, stubborn creature. Same to you, friend. And you, lad, didn't I warn you not to meddle in other people's affairs? Tiago, you know each other? Ugh. No. He's just an outsider who kept hanging around the chapel. As the mayor, I need to have at least some idea of every person in town. You should have stayed out of it. Right then. We should act soon, right? Or are we going to wait for the Inquisitor and his monster-wielding accomplice to burn my town to the ground? We will not. You seem awfully attached to this city. Why? Grand Faru is the embodiment of our generation-spanning vision to rebuild our country, heretic. Ask any of the Iberians who've joined you and you'll understand. The Inquisition has taken enough from us, and I intend to pay them back double. I am Skadi, not Ishamala. You pronounce it differently, but what does it mean? Skadi knows, but dares not answer. Gladia told her that she is all right, and she is willing to believe her, but that is only an escape. She knows what the name means. It means a thunderous roar within the abyss, flesh and bone rubbing against the rock walls until only the will remains, surging beyond the ocean. It means that after that harrowing battle, something was left in her body. Something. My blood and your blood are identical. You smell my scent, exactly as we smell your scent. You find us, kill us. When we do not understand, we kill you too. We feed the ocean. Our bodies have provided for the ocean. Ishamla, we possess the same home. Inquisitor! How dare you join forces with them? What? Get off my ship this instant, otherwise you'll join them in my hunt as the quarry. Easy there, Mr. Captain. Now tell me, how did you come to learn of this name? I'll tell you exactly how. We ate the flesh of these things and our bodies began to change. I personally executed 3 of the survivors, until only we remained. Now it's my turn to ask you. Their blood also flows in your veins, I can smell it, and you must be more special than the others. What are you? Look at my hand. One of the captain's arms has taken on the form of a seaborn, its newly formed webbing clearly visible, and its tentacle-like extensions ever squirming. He seems to be making an effort to restrain it. By the looks of it, whatever is inside that arm is also interfering with his body. It thirsts for my mind. It tells me to liberate you, to talk to you, to listen to your thoughts. Get off my ship before I kill the lot of you. Only by killing you can I maintain my sanity as a human. Be gone! We've paid an immense price just to be here. If you truly are still that Iberian hero, then you should join us. Think carefully, little Inquisitor. I've been in a bitter struggle for my life on this ship for longer than my homeland has been at war. What could you possibly understand? A single year of confinement can break a person's will. Do you have any idea how many years we've spent here, flirting with the waves? 7 or 8 years ago, I personally executed the last crew member and threw him into the sea. He died as a human. He was the last to. We were Iberia's best sailors, warriors, and scientists, stalwart in our faith. The most common way to die aboard this ship was suicide. You can't imagine what I've been through. The left side of my body snatched away even my dreams. I no longer needed sleep. That itself was a form of torture. And during this prolonged torture, I've had naught to do but hunt those monsters, large and small, and while away the remaining hours pulsing my ship. Leave me and my chief mate be, and return to where you came from. I don't belong to you or to the sea. I only belong to my Iberia, to the Stultifera Navis. Glodia stops walking. While she contemplates why this place is so clean, she notices a change in the scent. Seaborn. Of course there are seaborn here. But what is the cause of this impure odor? And where did this vague premonition she is starting to feel come from? She can only continue walking, following the path etched in the back of her mind, in attempt to reach the depths of the ship. Suddenly, she comes to a stop. Don't you think you're being a bit obtuse, appearing on this primitive transport vessel that hasn't docked in over 60 years? Bishop of the Deep. You saw through me immediately. Do you suppose that means I chose the wrong place to appear? You followed us here. Hardly. Strictly speaking, I was the one who arrived first. The ocean communicates with me. It accepts me. It aids me. From the very beginning, coming to this ship was a trivial task. That you've been able to suppress your urge to rush forward and slay me is already quite impressive. Is it because you feel this ship is vital to your grand plans? What are you after? You killed Quintus. Should have known better. So even you test tube-washing bottom feeders, pardon my language, would pursue vengeance? No, you misunderstand. Quintus was a bit too eager to attain results, and that temperament of his not only led to his demise, but also demonstrated conclusively that he was born human. Not that that's something to be ashamed of. Under our doctrine, we will never become what we seek to be by thought alone. Only changes to nerve and sinew can be considered real. Wouldn't you agree, Abyssal Hunter? We don't need to be enemies. I have no plans to do anything to you. One's end is decided at the moment of one's birth. Nothing can change this immutable fact. You went through all the effort to follow us out to sea, just to spew this nonsense? About that. That's not something you need to know. Those lowly creatures won't be able to hold me back. Amaya smiles sweetly, but does not answer. A blue light emerges from under her feet, and it soon envelopes the entire corridor. The Neversea brand. The Neversea brand at Grand Faro. So those traps were your handiwork. Hardly. You're also quick to blame your every misfortune on the Church of the Deep, but never stop to consider the truth behind these phenomena. These children have always existed in Grand Faro. I simply found them. Cut the crap. We're out in the middle of the ocean. Our touch, invisible to the naked eye, is everywhere. This ship may not be of much use in your quest to return to Aegir. But must you really insist on returning? Have you ever had the slightest inclination to listen to what the heralds have to say? Seems you aren't too different from that stupid bishop after all. You've never even been in a real fight. Otherwise you'd never even say such a idiotic thing to a hunter. No, but not all hunters take pride in their arrogance. We will meet again, Glydia. You've disappointed me, but that's fine. Perhaps it's for the better that you have something to break out of. Meaning? But whether you come or go, our Aegir comes and goes, is not for me to decide. You won't be leaving this conversation alive, though? Oh, really? Oh, it's like a tadpole that's halfway in between becoming a frog. Quintus should have had a herald by his side. You've fought with that herald. You've spoken with that herald. While you stagnate in place, the ocean is ever in motion. Aegir is far from smart enough to curb evolution itself. Hold it! Gladia. Such weak, pitiful prey that cannot even speak. More like a beast. Hurry up and die. I have a score to settle with that bishop. I need answers from her. Did you hear that, chief mate? Our quarry brays. It calls out to us. The monster known as the chief mate nods slightly, and uses its claws to straighten the crown that started to slip from its head. It brays, calls out to us. You brought yet more rabble with you? It must be swordfish. She must have discovered something. There's something unusual about the smell here. The sea breeze is confusing us. Good thing those filthy Aegir haven't scared it away. We've already been romping around for months, and I'd hate to see my ship even more beat up. By hunt, do you mean you're hunting the Seaborn? Seaborn? Sure am. Hunting to live off the bounty of the land. Hasn't humanity done so since the dawn of time? But if you still haven't left by the clock's next chime, you will die. Oh, this isn't so bad. Compared to yesterday, these story nodes aren't quite as long. The huge dome elevator in the middle of the Stultifera connects the various levels of the great battleship. When riding it, one may witness Iberia's breathtaking scenery depicted across the walls. Standing here is like standing in the center of the world. A faded photo. From what few materials remain, this part of the ship was called the domed elevator. Though the photo is already faded, you can still see what it looked like when it was first built. This is the heart of the Stultifera Navis. To use a somewhat corny metaphor, if the Stultifera is the crown of Iberia, then the domed elevator is the brightest gemstone. When designing this area, Bregan intended it to be a purely functional device connecting the various decks, but the people who made it what it would become were Iberia's greatest artists. Along the walls surrounding the dome, they painted the most elaborate frescoes, engraved the most profound poems, and inlaid the most awe-inspiring statues. The process of stepping into the elevator was in itself a visit to Iberia's most vaunted treasures. Rumour has it that at least 3 of the royal palace's artists died in duels for the privilege to have a place in that domed elevator project. And, this isn't a combat node. A training area packed with sea terrors, seemingly startled awake by the sound of hunting bells. This place, once used for human training, is now their hatchery. In the darkness, sets of eyes shine with an eldritch glow. The sounds of crawling and slithering fill the air, and their hostility is practically palpable. Draw your blade. This is a battle for survival. In the end, a sea terror is nothing more than a sea terror, and the battle soon reaches its conclusion. They slink back into the darkness to recuperate, awaiting their next opportunity. That is the nature of the hunt. You're either the hunter or the prey. A rather large sea terror died under the watch of its kin. From its peduncle hangs a pocket watch which, based upon its engravings, once belonged to the navigator of the Stultifera Navis. From the perspective of the species' survival, would sea terrors ever evolve a compulsion to collect? A chapel included on the ship, its acorn overlooking every guest who visits. Many years ago, sailors once came here to confess their sins and unburden their souls. Now the only thing that might enter this ornate chapel is the occasional lost sea terror. An acorn overlooks every guest who comes here. Before the calamity, the Church of Iberia had already drifted from the Lateran orthodoxy. It no longer wished its flocks to be shackled by Lateran law, and His Holiness and Laterano seemed unaware of the schism. In the end, the Iberians discovered that only they can bring themselves salvation. The ship's chapel is a typical product of the post-schism era, its acorn no longer holding a gun, but instead taking up a sword and lantern. The Church of Iberia has already written its own scriptures, and with the king's support, plans to have a pope of its own. Now that all of this has been reduced to ash, only the Inquisition remains to lead Iberia forward. In the corner of the church lies a row of standard-issue sailor hats. Their original owners are long gone, hidden beneath the waves. However, this little token of commemoration is enough to prove that there are still those who do not wish to forget them. Under one of the hats is a half-roll of cipher book pages. The remaining pages are filled with various ciphers, one of which matches with the password format seen in the records room. Unfortunately, it remains incomplete. The area inside the pipe shaft is a complete mess. It seems that some brutal fighting occurred here, and based on the sword mark left behind, both sides must have been human. This place is dark and messy. In a lightless corner lies a skeleton. No, upon closer inspection, you realize that it's actually two skeletons entangled together. One of the skeletons seems so warped and twisted that it resembles the bones left behind by a certain species of sea terror. One longsword pierces through what had once been their chests, while a second sword remains in their grasp. By the looks of it, they had been the ones to drive the first sword through their bodies. Why would their deaths be like this? What was their relationship? What were they thinking before they died? Perhaps nobody will ever know. Around the skeletons, a half-roll of cipher book pages is sitting in the corner. The remaining pages are filled with various ciphers, one of which matches the password format seen in the records room. Unfortunately, it remains incomplete. The records room most likely housed all of the Iberian Grand Fleet's confidential files at one point. All sorts of documents related to personnel, deployment plans, and tactical arrangements were sealed away into safes, one by one. Now they are nothing more than piles of refuse. Other than a table, a few chairs, a lamp in the middle of the room, and the safes of various sizes lining up all the way to the ceiling, there are practically no other items here. The person in charge of this place must have been quite organized. Most of the safes here haven't been locked, the documents inside them now meaningless. Only one of the larger ones remains firmly shut, requiring a passcode to open. The heavy safe door slides open, revealing nothing inside except a copy of the ship's personnel files. By reading it, you catch a glimpse of everything the Stultifera has suffered since the calamity. When the silence struck, the massive fleet collided with the terrible waves almost head-on, suffering heavy casualties. When the waves subsided, the Stultifera spent a while trying to find any other ships or survivors out at sea, but with little luck, as its own propulsion system had been damaged. Then the monsters appeared. Within half a month of the calamity, the crew had been reduced by more than half, every inch of the deck stained red with blood. A year later, the ship's supplies ran low, and the remaining 100 crew members began their long struggle. The following records are filled with horrific, appalling words: betrayal, madness, chewing, transformation. 20 years after the calamity, only 16 people remained alive and sane on the ship. The story of the crew on the Stultifera Navis sort of reminds me of whoever they were from Made in Abyss Season 2. The ones who explored the Abyss trying to find the Golden City, City of Gold or whatever. And it lines up even more because they're trying to find the City of Gold. Stultifera Navis is from the Golden Age. Like, there's parallels. I'm sure none of them took inspiration from each other directly or even indirectly, but it's funny how these things line up sometimes. Alright, level 7. What did these guys do again? I forget. Oh well, who cares? I wonder if Frost Nova will be okay there. I feel like she will probably die. I guess my only choice is to put down Skyfire to support her, since I don't really have any other ranged units. Hopefully Lapland can hold that lane by herself. Although it's looking like a struggle. Yeah, she's not gonna hold that, is she? So be it. Oh wow, they're still going through. Oh, they stunned her. Oh, damn. I definitely need more ranged units on this team. I don't have enough. Ah, when it's defeated, it spawns a brand. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's Frostleaf. Was I calling her Frost Nova? I feel like I was. I guess I don't need gravel either. Who to replace with? Let's bring... Frost Firewatch. There you go. That's the one. That'll do. This should be fine. I probably shouldn't have put Lee down so early. Oh well. It's a slow gain, but we're gaining. That's 3 of them. Okay, that's taken care of. Nice. Really, Lee died. Oh, I guess he wasn't being healed. Because I didn't have Perfumer down. Oh, they're probably going to leak here. Never mind, it'll be fine. God, I do love the music. Hodo hodo ni ne. You really got past? Oh, he didn't get past. What the hell happened? He got stuck. How did he get stuck on Lapland? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Now I have to deal with the bloody brand. But there's only so many enemies left. Oh dear, they're coming this way. Actually, if they're just coming over here, that's a good thing. I can just sort of destroy them. What's that? What is that? Where's that there? That's never been there before. Oh god, there's so much. Yo, what's up, Leon Mir? Again, welcome back. I should probably get Frost's Firewatch over here. Because if Lapland's going to keep getting stunned, I'm going to need bonus fire. How's my day? It's been going pretty good so far. I'm enjoying some lovely Arknights. And yours? I assume it's been well as well. I would hope it is. Come on, little guppy, get over here. Oh, that was a boss? Oh, he's disappeared. I don't think he died, though. He's just gone. Please, Jen. Thank you. That was close. Those things can walk through me. That's going to be a problem. What? What happened over there? Oh, the boss respawned. Oh, and it stunned me immediately. Should be fine, though. Yeah, it's a slow bugger. Oh, okay. I'm now beginning to see the problem. I'm now beginning to see the problem with this stage. Very interesting. I remember hearing people complain about, or rather, I remember hearing people say that they have trouble with this stage, and now I'm beginning to see why. I should be able to access this. Here we go. What's the deal with these things? These binds remains at its location when defeated. When defeated, disappears for a short time before evolving into its next form, getting the following effects in turn. Gains increased defense, gains increased movement speed, gains increased attack and lifesteal. Consumes the remains of its seaborn kin, gaining their corresponding directed evolution ability in the next evolutionary phase, while also instantly defeating any operator near the remains and preventing them from being redeployed for a certain period of time. That is a problem. That is a problem. But if I can stop them from doing that in the first place, then it's a bit less of a problem. What other characters would be good here? I need arts damage to deal with the boss, because the boss has increased defense. Skyfire, I want a single target damage dealer, and my only single target caster would be, I guess, Haze or Click. I guess those would be the best. We'll bring Haze, and I think Utage is probably good. Drop Utage on top of the boss, I suppose. Now I need to figure out a way to deal with the side buffs. A Shadow is definitely a must-have. Wait a minute, does Chen do true damage? No, physical damage. Ah, it's only Armia that does true damage. Okay then. I suppose I could just bring Armia. I don't really want to bring Armia. I suppose we'll bring Savage then. Firewatch, I guess, can come along. Actually, instead of Firewatch, why don't we bring Executor? I also probably need Myrtle. That one's important. 2 more. I'll bring Gravel in case I need to stall some of the Never See stuff. And I suppose Mudrock as a defender. With skill 3. I'll put Lapland here this time. And then Savage can go here, yep. Don't forget a healer. Let's get a Shadow down here. And I also need assistance for you. Actually, no, I won't give you any assistance. Lapland will be fine. No, she won't. Pardon me. Annihilation ticket? Oh, hype! I've been waiting for that. I think Lapland's gonna get stunned here. Which is a problem. There she goes. Actually, maybe she'll be okay. I think she'll be fine. I mean, she will get stunned. In fact, I need her to get stunned. Can you please get stunned? Thank you. Thank you. Is this the one? I think that's the one, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is the one that stuns. Or not stuns, but leaves remains. So I'll chuck out J. God, he has a lot of defense though. Whoops. I didn't mean to let her die. Oh, he passed through me. That's right, because he can pass through because he has the bloody Nevis tile. Wait, no he doesn't. What's he doing? Oh, there it goes. Now it starts. Oh, that's what this guy does. He leaves the... Right, he leaves the Nevis stuff. Lappy is gonna get stunned. I can't actually see the debuff on Savage. I guess because it's not on Savage yet. Okay, that works. I'll put gravel in front just to block it. Okay. I need to kill this guy with J, preferably, so that he's silenced. I guess I'll do it this way. Who the hell just died? Gravel did. Okay, that's fine then. Oh, they leave remains even if I silence them. That is not good. That is awkward. As soon as I finish this, I'm gonna be doing the annihilation ticket because I definitely. Oh, Lapland. Oh right, of course they would die. I don't have any healers. I retreated them. Oh, that's bad. So be it. Actually, this is fine. Maybe. Oh, it only does, okay, it does like a square. Good. That's more or less what I thought it would do. But if it's doing a square, I can do this. Oh, right, they can walk through you. I forgot about that. I'm silly. So what's this about annihilation ticket? Do I have one? Do I have any annihilation? Oh, there's a new annihilation that I haven't done. What's total proxy? Oh, there it is. That's it there. Ugh, but I need to do my daily missions. Oh well. Okay, let's get back to dealing with this level, shall we? Executor won't do, will he? If not Executor, then I guess... Oh, you know what? I think bringing Pudding here is actually good. Utage is fine, J is fine. Okay. I think this will be fine. I just need to make sure not to damage the enemies too much when they come down here. I should probably put a healer down. That's probably more important. Alright, Pudding's doing some good damage. That'll be fine. Oy. Watch out, buddy. Are you still walking? Oh, because Lapland got stunned. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I wonder if I can... I wonder... Oh, I wonder. But who would I even replace? I guess Gravel? Because, like, these are the medics that I've got. And none of them are gonna heal status effects. But if I bring a level 1 Mulberry, maybe if I bring a level 1 Mulberry. Oh, Ami and Kalsi. Yeah, I imagine those two units would probably be quite good. Ami has got like the true damage, so they can't dodge. So you can just put her in the left lane and she'll just sit there for the whole thing and not have to worry about anything. I'm fully intending to breeze through this stage. It just takes a bit of doing. So we put Silence down as our main healer, and then as our sub healer we put Mulberry down. And she's literally just there to heal the status effects damage. So that'll be fine, I'm sure. Even though she's level 1, she's not here to heal our HP. So she'll do more than her job requires. She'll be fine. And look, she's actually doing it, so that works. It's just, do I have the DPS to DPS through these enemies? Or are they going to leak anyway? Looks like they're going to leak anyway. I guess this is not where I need Pudding. I need somebody else. I thought pudding would be really good, but I guess they're just dodging her. Alright, who else other than... I guess I just bring Exia, huh? Nah, let's not bring Exia. I'll bring Executor with skill 1. It's a good thing there's no ranged attackers on this stage, because if there were, I would have a lot harder of a time doing this strategy that I'm doing, since Mulberry would die in one hit to pretty much anything. But yeah, this is what happens, because the way I play is I'm leveling up every unit one at a time in random order. So because of that, sometimes I don't have the units that I need to make a certain level easy. Like this one. It happens a lot in CC as well, where I'm just like, oh, if I had this unit leveled up, I could actually do something, but I don't, so I can't. It does have a lot of ops built, but the majority of them are 4 stars. So it's a lot, but at the same time, it's like, they're not the best units in the game. Alright, looks like this is holding it. Very good. These guys are a problem, though. They're quite annoying. Because they make the Never See brand show up, which is a bother. Oh well. I really need arts damage to deal with these good dudes. I suppose plopping Utage down is the best way to go about it. May as well use this skill again. Oh yeah, max all your 3 stars first. I didn't do that first. I maxed like Exia and Hoshiguma and I think Silence, and then I started maxing all of my units. But the thing is, I started with the 3 stars, so I did 3 stars and then I did the 4 stars. And now that I have all the 3 and 4 stars maxed, I'm just maxing the rest in a random order. Although I suppose Chestnut isn't maxed, because he's one of the newer characters, so he's just in the random order again. Okay, this little trick is going to be hard to pull off. But I should be fine. That guy's slower, but he has a higher thing. I'll kill him first then. Alright, so kill this. But yeah, when I was going through with just like the 3 stars and stuff, it was really struggling. Alright, kill him there. That's bad. Actually, is that bad? That might be bad. Wait, it might not be bad. Wait, it might be bad. Oh, he's gonna kill Silence, but I have Pudding. I mean, I have... Who's this? Perfumer. I have Perfumer, so maybe it'll be okay. So that's there. That's gonna kill... Oh, that's gonna kill Savage and Silence. Let's actually retreat early. So that she can respawn. So it really depends, because it's random whether he picks this or this. So depending on what he picks... He's picked this one. That's what I feared. But at the same time, because these dodges are coming down here, it's not exactly a bad thing. I would like for this guy to die from Archetto, so I don't have to worry. Thank you very much. So this is a like block count and something else. It's supposed to eat the closest totem? Oh, I see. Oh, he does have ranged attacks. That's bad. But silence comes back up, so everything's up. There's two of them, but it's fine. It's not fine. Damn it. I was so close. How are you walking through me? That doesn't make any sense. How are you walking through me? Why? Oh, because block count got increased, of course. Because he took the closest totem. So I guess I want to manipulate it so that he takes the other totem. It gives him arts damage, but it changes everything else about him. Right? That's how it works, I think. Consumes the blah blah blah. Blah, 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 blah. That's not what I want. This one. Increased res. That's way better than this. Okay, let's do it that way then. Which just means I just need to place Utage better. They said pick which boss you want, and then made one of the bosses significantly more difficult than the other. So of course I'm going to choose the easy one. The only reason I lost is because I put Utage facing left instead of facing down. So this guy took so long to die, and that's the only reason why. That means I need to think about... Oh, I need to think about a lot of things. Like, where do I want to kill the two enemies? Took you a while before you can beat SN-10? Yeah, I hear that one's hard. I haven't seen much of it, though. Oh, right, that's what I wanted. Target, stop blocking them. Utage, stop blocking them, challenge impossible. And here comes the second one. Ah, there goes all the spread. Can't really stop that unless I put Mudrock down there. But if I put Mudrock... Yes, the dodge can be silenced. That's what I'm abusing right now. That's the main reason why Lapland is here on my team with me. And why I brought Jay to this one as well. So... This enemy, I can't kill him till he gets here. Which means killing him here or here would be optimal. Which means if I kill this enemy up here, and then wait for the little bugger to get down here before killing his first phase, I can force him to pick this one. That should be the correct logic. I really need this. I need a Shadow to do as much damage as possible, though. So that Utage can just clean him up. Nice and easy. If Utage even respawns in time. Because at this point, it's looking like it's gonna be rough. 10 seconds, eh? I have time. I have time. Oh, yeah, stop this guy here. Okay. Now it's kind of hard to tell which one's closer. I think this one is closer if I wait for him to get down here and just let Mudrock slap him up. Which is what I was planning on doing anyway, so it all works out. Oh yes, I was right. Okay, good. That works. He does have increased res though, which means haze won't be as useful. Oh well. Oh my god, this whole lane over here is hell. I'm not sure how to deal with this. Because they're just gonna dodge past me. Oh, that stuns them. I guess we'll have to rely on Jay. Except Jay got stunned immediately, so it didn't matter. Goodbye. Of course. You use Ethan to kill dodging ones? Just also it's not it's any debuff that can stop their dodge? Disabled by a certain negative. Is it skill? Not any debuff, but a lot of debuff. Right. So I could bring Ethan. Bind, freeze, stun, and silence. Bind, freeze, stun, and silence. Okay. In that case, there is a character I think of that I could bring. There is one character I can think of. I don't know if skill 3 is the one I want, but it'll do, I'm sure. Shupatsu da yo. I mean, like, I was already searching for... Yeah, I was already searching for a way to hold down this right lane. Like, I would have come to the conclusion of using Mizuki or Ethan myself if the game had told me that those were the debuffs, but because the game just doesn't tell you, you'd assume that it's only silence, because that's how silence works, it stops things. But the game doesn't tell you that it's, oh, it's these buffs. It just says, some buffs? What buffs? Who knows? Figure it out. So you'd assume that it's only silence. When it's, yeah, I saw it said negative statuses, so I assumed it was just being obtuse, because Arknights tends to be a bit obtuse. Oh, like, oh yeah. Frostleaf, right? Yeah. She'd probably work quite well, yeah, you're right. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna sit Jay on this dude. And basically just have him, I want him to sit there, basically, for a while. Alright, I set him there for as long as I could. Because then the second one will spawn, and I want Utage to be able to take out both of them, if possible. But it looks like that's not going to be an option that I get to revel in, so I'll just use it to take out the first one. I'm sure Mizuki can handle this guy, it's arts damage, I'm sure it'll be fine. And it didn't even work anyway, oh well. Them's the breaks. As long as this guy can't advance, because Mizuki is blocking the Nevisitera, which means even the dodge guys won't be able to walk through Savage like they've been doing before, which is already a good help. And now here comes the friends. Oh god, Mizuki's skill is still active. Hayes, get out of there. You're going to do too much damage. That was close. Oh, the Trapper. Oh yeah, Frost. Yeah, the Trapper R6. Yeah, I have her maxed as well. And I guess Robin would do the same. Or basically do the same. Thank you, Tage, for being fast about it. Wait, I should let this guy get closer. There you go. That will do. Abunai desu yo. Push-pull doesn't work, but she has a bind. One of her skills is a push, one of it's a bind. I use her bind in IS2 a lot as well. Oh, I thought he was going to walk through Savage, but he stopped right there, so I panicked and activated Mizuki's skill too early. Oh, Hayes died. That's okay, though. Please do not kill Mulberry. I am literally relying on her. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Ugh. That's close. I should have made Mizuki face the other way. Oh, that didn't work. Oops. Oh well. That's fine, though. It's still fine. We're still fine. I just need to be very careful. Get in there. Ugh, that was close. No, what do you mean he's... Oh, block count, of course. Block count, of course it was block count. Alright, I just need to stop being stupid and take Hayes off the team, because obviously, why would Hayes be doing damage? And I need to make Mizuki face the other way. Why would Hayes be doing damage when he has bonus defense or whatever? Bonus res, I mean, that's the one. Who to bring? I guess just a Cheto. I suppose Silver Ash if I wanted to. If I really wanted to pog off. I kind of want to use Chen, but like waiting for her skill to come up is going to be too long and she's just going to get stunned anyway. You have the Flint? No. Well, no. But maybe the Flint. Maybe the Flint? No, no. It needs to be a ranged unit. I guess just Shadow is the way to go. Wahahaha. Pow. This will be the win for sure. Aragate minayo. I should really just be using Executor's skill off cooldown. Because otherwise, what's the point of bringing skill 1? That went well. That was nice and fast. Yeah, he needs more block if he eats the shaman. But I'm not going to let him eat the shaman because that's annoying. I need to make sure to do a lot of damage to this guy. He's pretty tanky, so I don't think Archetto will be able to kill him. But the damage is what I need. Yeah, look at that. The target should be able to finish him off fairly easily. There you go. Alright, here comes the main course. I'm also gonna, once he gets into second form, I'm gonna start using these Roombas to interrupt his attacks. Okay, good, he chose that one. I was a bit worried about him dying there, but it's fine. I'll be using the Roombas to interrupt his attacks so that he can't, you know. You know why. So that he doesn't stun anyone. Come on. Wake up, Mudrock. I need to retreat someone so that I can put a target down. I suppose Executor is the way to go. Oi. Perfect timing. Okay, you can leave now. I said you can leave now. Hello? Listen to me. Come on, Mudrock, get up. There you go. That's what you like to see. And that's done. That's that on that. Nicely done. GG. Oh boy, now I get to read the story. I see it. I see Alfonso heading to the Great Hall every day. He's named it Iberia. He's moved the mirror from his bedroom to the hall, and spends day after day examining himself. Ever since the head chef and young Jamie were executed, he and I are the only ones left. There you are. How long was I asleep? Feels like I barely got any rest before I found myself awake. Not long, but no need to force yourself. I know it hurts when you talk. These lowly monsters leave plenty of blood behind, so let's use that to write instead. I nod. In the corner are buckets filled with the blood of our quarry. Time passes too slowly. I barely slept at all, but my dreams felt even longer than all the decades behind us. Is it time we gave up, then? It's been a long, long while since we were young Jamie and the old chef. It's been a long, long while since young Jamie and the old chef left us. Should we follow them? We should give up. My consciousness blurs more and more, like the feeling of being entangled right before waking from a dream. It is not just my flesh that is changing, but everything about me. Everything that makes me a living being. We should give up. We should end ourselves before we're devoured. The infinite, boundless ocean. The sea breeze, the waves, the whispers. That cigar-chomping engineer was right. Even if we all die, this ship will never sink. Today is just another 24 hours in one long, unending day. Don't give up. Ha! Look at what you've become. I can't even see your sea blue eyes anymore. Wouldn't you rather be set free? I am your chief mate. For your sake. Hush, easy now. Thank you, Garcia. No matter what you turn into, the bond between us will never change. But I know he is looking at the mirror, because even someone as strong as him has finally succumbed to the monsters. We have consumed their flesh and blood. At first we started fires to cook them. Then we were forced to devour them raw. Even the most powerful inquisitors were awed by Alfonso's strength. He was the object of so many young sailors' admiration. There was nothing he couldn't do. But he has held on long enough. Soon he too will become one of the monsters. He is worried. He is furious. If he cannot even tolerate the slightest monster within him, how can he tolerate me? Trash. You're worth even less than the weed that washed ashore in Salviento. That woman was merely creating a smokescreen. The ocean boasts no changes to speak of. I want to see. Are you free? Friends are here. They are trapped. Need help. Should be returned to our kin's embrace. Many friends have died here, but parents will not let them die. I must save them. Even if you can speak with that ugly mug of yours, that's no surprise to anyone. Return to the great sea. No need to fight. We go together. I've already grown tired of your prattling. Time to end you. Gladia, will you pray on me? If you feed on me, will that make you stronger, more full of life? Will it help the scales on your neck grow and spread and return to your proper form? Abyssal hunters are bound by blood. The seaborn contorts its relatively slender form. It is biting off parts of its own body. I sever this flesh. Consume it. If you need more, I give you more. I will give you everything. Lydia stares blankly at the fleshy mass on the ground. She is shaken, but not because of the Seaborn, or because of its behavior. However, this moment of distraction convinces the Seaborn that Glydia has accepted its proposal. We will meet again soon. The Seaborn leaves. The Glydia does not pursue it, because she smells the scents of shark and scudgy. The Seaborn will not escape. She turns around and heads towards where another smell is coming from. The smell of the sea, and of blood. The smell of hunters. Aboard the ship? And I didn't notice it until I got this close? Impossible. What do we do now? Never expected there'd be people alive here. I thought we'd get the ship back just by killing some sea terrors. The captain made it sound so simple. What are you looking at, Spectre? The mirror. Did you know, Skudgy? Even as we speak, when I look at myself in this mirror, I start to remember so many things that I'd forgotten. A darkened dome, 100-meter tall sculpture, an aquamarine-colored opera hall, a waterfall pouring crystals of ice. What is this place, Skudgy? Your home. My home. I remember now. Writhing flesh climbing all over that statue. It collapses with a thunderous thud. I remember these things, but I've never experienced them. Dunno. I only know it from hearing you talk about where you used to live, which fell into ruin long ago. Long before I met you. Maybe you only saw the report later on. Can we save the chatter for some other time? We were planning to chase down those two Seaborn, or are we seizing control of the ship while they're not around and, sailing it back? If the survivors haven't managed it in 60 years, somehow I doubt we could figure it out ourselves. Just be patient. The squad leader will figure something out. Spectre, what's wrong? Just a little dizzy. I just remembered what they did to me. Wait. I saw her just now in Gran Faro? She was willing to talk to me. She was full of hypocrisy, blowing hot and cold, but she's here. What, you mean more survivors? No, an enemy. One who can cross the sea and board this vessel, which is more than enough to identify them. Let's split up. Where will you go? I am an Iberian Inquisitor. It is my duty to ensure that this ship returns to Iberia's hands. I'll go after that. After Alfonso. Oh, it's the first mate again. Gwa! Gah! Oh, don't you worry, Garcia. We'll catch up soon enough. When those ignorant Aegis wounded it, it went up through Victoria and past Bolivar. From there it could only climb up onto the deck, then dive into the sea. This ship is not at its beck and call. Leithanian, when we were young, we visited that country along with some other officers. Do you still remember? The twisted faces of those Kurfürsten were enough to turn stomachs, but they understood how to respect arts, which was a mind-boggling revelation. Today's been a good day. We saw quite a few living people. Hope they get out quickly, though. Go to Leithanian, Garcia. Go play the scores you used to love so much. Breathe some life into the hunt, my love. I hope it's a ragtime melody. That'll be fun. You are not scaleless. Do you need food? Sufficient nutrition, but these waters are still incomplete. The cycle has not yet been built, and living things die in vain. We must hurry. Why? Hunting meaningless. There is something we must do. A duty to our kin. How many does that make now? Let's track after 10. When do you monsters learn how to talk? Ah, no, I remember you, little one. When we ate your parents, you and your litter were nearby watching. Back then, you were the weakest of the lot. Pathetic runt. Alfonso laughs as he pokes at the Seaborn's wound, blood running along the tip of his blade and dripping onto the floor. We are bound by blood. You hunt and eat us, and you will become us, just as our parents hunted you and then became hunted by you. If the right conditions can trigger your evolution, then how do we make you more palatable? Your flesh, that is. Oops. To hunt is to survive. There is no good or evil in the hunt. That's too bad then. I don't know how I feel about this Seaborn voice. I feel like if someone better at voice acting was doing it, it would be better. Oh well. The scent trail ends here. He led me here. This smell. Gladia does not search for the hunter's whereabouts. She begins to look around her. Ever since she boarded this vessel, her surroundings have filled her with a sense of nostalgia. The materials, the decorations, the handiwork. Bregan, a genius from the Academy of Sciences, was an Aegir. Without a doubt, this was his domain. The mystery behind why this ship hadn't sunk in decades was itself the message Bregan wanted to leave the Aegir. To leave to the Aegir, a brand new fusion of originium and terrestrial technologies. But what exactly is it? Gladia grasps the key from her bosom. She sizes up her surroundings. Bregan, where did you hide your secrets? Why would this ship be built like a palace? Most of it is decorative, and there are even sculptures. No, that's not all. Both the sculptures and the patterned carpets have been cleaned. Even under these conditions? The sound of music wafts in from the distance. Someone's playing the piano? It's coming from over here. Irene's footsteps are slow. At the end of the corridor, through a crack in the door, she sees a single Seaborn slapping away at a dilapidated old piano. It's that Seaborn that was next to Alfonso. But what is it doing here? Ugh, what a ruckus. It's just pounding away at the keyboard with no rhyme or reason. Alfonso isn't here. Did he go after the Seaborn? Why is his chief mate here alone, then? Well, I won't worry about it for now. The seashore, oh, the seashore. What? That melody just now. Was that a coincidence? It certainly looks like it's only randomly smashing the keys. No, it stopped. The seashore, oh, the seashore. Farewell to heroes and great men. The chief mate turns his head in fear. Fear. Fear is what Irene sees in its behavior. A massive, inexplicable physical reaction. One that's never been displayed in front of a hunter before. Just now, you weren't just randomly hitting keys? That passage you played? An Iberian military song? How? You're still conscious? Do you still have memories of being human? Do you know who you are? But no, you're already fully transformed. The Inquisition has dealt with cultists like that before. There's no reversing it. What are you planning? What are you doing with your hand? What is the meaning of this? Through the scraps of cloth reminiscent of a wedding veil, the Seaborn known as the chief mate watches Irene. Its pupils are cloudy. It is suffering. It is filled with both affection and nostalgia. If you truly retain a shred of your humanity. But how? After all these years? Captain... What's happening? Wait! This thing's still alive? I don't want to read its voice anymore. You should just keep playing your piano, Garcia. You don't need to be touching these. Huh. Then sink your teeth into it. Its body is changing. Finish it now. Alfonso doesn't answer the Seaborn's question. He simply chops and hacks at it again and again, like meat on a cutting board. The chief mate bites down on the Seaborn in a death grip. Its crown falls to the ground during the struggle, but it does not care to pick it up. Alfonso cuts off the Seaborn's tentacles, which join the crowd on the ground. The chief mate pauses for a moment. Ah, Garcia, Garcia, look at your crown and at that tentacle. Do you understand what you've become now? Oh, this guy's still not dead. Garcia! The chief mate lifts its head, but the Seaborn has already vanished without a trace. It quietly picks up its crown and places it back on its head before returning to Alfonso's side. As if apologizing, it gently rubs his hand. Are you hurt, my good chief mate? Or were you distracted by our uninvited guests? The chief mate does not answer. It dares not speak. It dares not say that when it was biting down into the enemy, it felt like it was tearing into its own kin. It dares not speak, and after once again realizing what it has become, it begins to feel guilt. If you still have room for emotions in your heart, then that is proof enough that you're still human. Remember young Jamie's last words? I have no remorse, no regrets, and no fear. Only when you truly feel nothing will you lose the right to call yourself human. Don't worry, the next hunt will be quick, and as always, it will return. What's wrong? Herald. Kin. Scaleless? You are badly wounded. A newborn like you should not have been in a hurry to board this ship. Indeed, true enough, but you've been hurt. Though they are kin, they do not welcome you. They have not yet accepted their identity. They are still lost and confused. Accept identity? You do not need to understand. These waters are still incomplete. Perhaps you will have to further perfect yourself before you can lead our entire kind. Need time and nutrition. And I've come to give you both. That blasphemous sea captain slaughtered seafarers for food, but used every means available to hinder the transformation. He's usurped pieces of the cycle, yet refuses to be a part of it. The flesh and blood of those offspring rightfully belong to you. Those nutrients were meant to be yours. This ship has delayed the birth of the brand new ecosystem. Please do not abandon me, Herald. In due time, all of Terra will become one and the same with the nest. I do not abandon kin. I need time, but not much more. I will be back. We will meet again. Splash. I could have sworn you were going to rush over and kill us. Should I be thanking you, Ulpianus? I can kill something like whenever I want. It's even weaker than Quintus. How patient of you. Gladia also tried to infiltrate the Church of the Deep in Salviento, hoping to get something out of them. Of course, she was a poor fit, given her personality. And here I was thinking that none of you were a good fit. Or are you saying you're special? You're getting less and less tight-lipped of late. I suppose there's really no rhyme or reason for when you decide to keep quiet, Ulpianus. Don't use my given name so casually, Liberi. You don't understand the weight behind it. We are enemies. Oh, we both know you've already abandoned that notion deep in your heart. Of course, you might still hold some enmity, like a lost and famished traveller who stumbles on a frozen, starving manglerbeast in the mountains. Did whatever Bragan left behind satisfy your imagination? Far from it. The Seaborn have existed for even longer than the Aegir. For their history to be turned upside down, there must be something behind it. If you care about the word of God, then so be it. The Seaborn are not gods, nor are their forefathers. I have seen how your gods die, their screams coursing through the currents, their flesh and blood smeared across abyssal ravines. As the clan hovered overhead, I was plunged into the unknown depths of Aegir's territory. I've seen it with my own eyes, enough to shatter all the beliefs I've held thus far. Afterwards I will rebuild it. Aegir will be lifted up once more. Ugh, that one was a long one. And now I'm out of water. A room enclosed by iron fencing. From the text on the sign, it used to be a solitary confinement cell, but now it will clearly never perform that function again. The cell has been breached from the inside, with the fence torn apart and its broken iron bars strewn across the ground. Unexpectedly, there's a desk in the confinement room, with an unfinished letter sitting on top of it. The letter is dripping with suspicious mucus that closely resembles the Neversea brand, but seems to have already dried up with the passage of time. The top half of the letter is still relatively clean, appearing to be addressed to the writer's family. He repeatedly expressed his longing for them, and his guilt for no longer being able to be with them. As the dripping mucus increased, the handwriting became more and more messy. The writer indicated that he would soon go home to see the children, and would bring them lots of presents. The rest of the letter was almost completely covered in mucus, and only a few words, such as ocean, in return, can be made out. The last line written on the letter is extremely neat. We are one. The Dusty Aegon. My sincerest apologies, but I must once again reject your proposal. While I deeply appreciate everyone's continued support, and have no intention of being excessively modest, Iberia has suffered through a terrible calamity, and we have all seen that the royal family and the aristocracy are unable to keep this country functioning. As such, the strength of the Church of Iberia is needed now, more than ever in our effort to rebuild the nation. However, I am still reluctant to don the papal crown. It is too early to draw lessons from the calamity, but the present turmoil across Iberia has proven that the wealthy and powerful have no way of steering the people in the right direction from their lofty seats. Their positions have been made them greedy and complacent, and their focus only on plundering what little wealth remains should be shunned. We cannot repeat their mistakes. We cannot afford to prop up a pope and a few false bishops and hope that they can solve all our problems for good. We must stand at the vanguard, resisting the ocean's invasion with our own bodies, and safeguarding our scarred lands with our very fates. We ought to lift our lanterns to clear the fog from our people's way, and march across the sharp thorns with our blades in hands. We must punish evil and castigate sin. I propose that starting now, the Church of Iberia be reorganized into the Inquisition, and that the 9 present here be named saints. I propose that we give up our former names, and from here on out dedicate our lives only to the country, our names becoming synonymous with the country. This may be an overbearing proposal, but it is a burden I hope we can bear, and that I, Carmen I of Iberia, can shoulder this responsibility. I can't tell if that's Carmen I Iberia, or if it's like some sort of translation mistake, or spelling error. How much can a single sword endure? When it was cast, it had already been doomed to the thrust. When cast, it was already doomed to be thrust through someone's chest. No matter how much it is adorned with honor, etiquette, or respect, the immutable fact is that the sword is an instrument of slaughter, and will sooner or later drink blood. Only this time, blood is brought before it differently. When these two people put their lives on the line, what exactly are they searching for? And what keeps them going? Is it love, impulse, or mercy? Perhaps they seek a way to save each other's souls. Perhaps the only way to do so is to destroy one another. This is the 1172nd letter I've written to you. All the previous ones are still in my drawer, for, unfortunately, I've no way of sending them to you. However, this might really be my last. I've locked myself in the confinement room now. 2 days ago, little Raina also jumped into the ocean. Bless her. Sorry, I can't control myself. How are you all doing? I am blessed. Scribbles, I owe you so much. Maybe you'll have something to be proud of me for as well. After all, I almost managed to hold on. I hung on for over 30 years. You can't even imagine how hard it's been. Fortunately, I almost managed to hold on, but fell short in the end. I miss all of you so much. How many times have I written these words? But enough of that, because we'll be able to see each other again soon enough. I'll be home soon. I'll give you all a big hug and bring you souvenirs from the journey. I once served on a great ship defending Iberia. My children, I'll be bringing back presents. What do you want? Maybe I will continue to hold on. I will continue to hold on. We are one. Wait, there's more story here, but what's over here? There's more things I've unlocked. I haven't unlocked this, apparently. I need more compasses or whatever. But here, the anchor system was completely destroyed during the profound silence, and this cabin has been empty for many years. However, someone seems to have turned this place into their own secret stash, leaving behind quite a few glittering things. There should be in Grand Faro, there should be a present, right? Yes, here we are. Open the cabinet's swaying doors and a complex-looking device can be found inside. A thin line of Aegirian text along its side reads, Housekeeping Assistant Module. It seems to fit into one of the slots on Little Handy. It appears to have been carefully stashed here at some point, but where did it come from? I believe that's all the new things in here. Let's see what this is. Hand of the Saint. Can remove Neversea brand. Or can bounce between walls. I like that. That sounds fun. Unfortunately, there's one thing I've been spoiled for this event, and it's that you can choose the last boss with the Roomba, which I fully intend to do, because it looked like fun. It's here. He led me here, and then covered his scent. Seems he's learned a handful of tricks from his time on land. Glydia looks all around her. She knows that someone once considered a friend is watching her closely. But she does not hesitate, nor does she have the luxury to hesitate. She must retrieve the secrets of their ship as quickly as possible and return them to Aegir. She wishes to return to her home. She wishes to offer it her aid, to avert calamity. She looks at the key in her hands. She swings open the door to the treasury. Burning away all that Neversea brand is no small feat. I really ought to thank Kalsi and that jet-black creature of hers. The Neversea brand was unable to devour this wreath. How unfortunate. Yet this is but one of myriad forms. You have not heard the prophecy, so you would not understand. Prophecy? Do you think yourselves more than a brand of refugees clinging to unknown life forms? What sort of future did you expect? Our prophet is nothing like you. She never paints images of a false future, nor does she make promises she cannot fulfill. She spoke thusly, that countless massive scales shall merge into one, and fly into the vast expanse, that the ocean will be smeared with light, forever growing, never drying up, that life and death will disappear and merge into a single entity, and at that time, even the false cosmos will be unable to eclipse the light of life. We shall all live in that ecosystem. We are all part of its magnificent cycle. Life is born, is given purpose, seeks worth, and disappears, only for the cycle to begin anew. Sounds a whole lot like a sort of elaborate hallucination that can be cooked up by Arknights arts. Is pushing Iberia to its current precipice and slaughtering millions of lives also part of your magnificent cycle? What do you possibly know? Our kind does not consider the death of an individual to be an end. Even when a life ends, it remains part of the cycle. You are angry, you are restless, and above all you are only human. Heretic. You won't take me alive, Inquisitor. I know all about your heinous Arknights arts. We're all prepared to make the greatest sacrifice. Our prophet will remain as out of reach to you as time itself, slipping through your fingertips. High Inquisitor, everyone in Grand Faro has long held a grudge against you people. The penal battalion cannot approach this place, and you are alone. There's nowhere for you to run. Run? Did you think we came here to entertain your sophistry about good and evil? He's not saying anything. This Iberian's a damn imbecile. That black monster must have some kind of weakness. It's extremely durable and can burn the Nevis brand with ease. What the hell is that thing? If you don't tell us, then by the time the penal battalion breaks through, we'll have already... lost? Haha. You can't even handle Dr. Calci and the Inquisitor. Admit it. You've already lost. Shut up! I'm gonna make you... Wait, what are you doing? Why is your staff moving around? What did you do? Guess you spent so much time researching tentacle monsters that you forgot what Arknights are. Seriously, get your head out of the clouds. Ugh. You self-righteous bastard! You think we haven't made ample preparations? Do you have any idea how long we've waited to flush out all of you scum colliding with the Inquisition? Colluding with the Inquisition? Don't fall for his tricks. He's been hiding in this town for months now. Definitely a spy. And one well versed in communications to boot. There's a chance our position has already been compromised. Spies. Spies! Of course the Inquisition's spies have been lurking amongst us since long ago. I knew about you people because you never tried to hide it, and Amaya and I are close. But the Inquisition is different. They already don't like us, and if they wanted to hide, how would we ever know? After all, we've been nothing but laborers for generations. Throw him out then, and feed him to our kin. The Nevis brand's growth is slowing down, and we need more nutrients to stop the penal battalion. We should also find an escape route. Alright, I'll lead the way. Nobody's more familiar with this town than me, and we've left behind plenty of secret passages and underground depots. You shouldn't be doing this, Tiago. How long have we known each other? And now you're going to preach to me? You platitude-spewing zealot? Stand up and walk. Time to become a part of the sea. I see. A union of Originium and Aegir technology. A sturdier dome, the use of modules from nomadic cities on land, and the scalability of Originium arts. So this is how the genius of the Academy of Sciences viewed this land. And he managed to accomplish all this decades ago. However, it's still not enough. Ooh, now isn't this pretty? Aegir would be able to accomplish all this even without making contact with land. The integration of certain technologies cannot make the difference between victory and defeat. I knew it. It's you. I wish it weren't, though, Ulpianus. Stay back. Take another step and I'll run you through, my old comrade-in-arms. Skadi once thought herself the last of the Abyssal Hunters. Even she had thought you dead. Yet here you are. How insightful of you, Consul Gladia. The circumstances don't seem to call for pomp and ceremony, Consul Ulpianus. Feeling a bit nostalgic over titles long disused, are we? We've known each other long enough. You should know very well what it means when a hunter doesn't return. I've executed no fewer than you, and I can assure you that if any survivors have sunken into the abyss, I'd still hang them up to bake on the reefs before they ever got a chance to hear that song. What about now? You reek of their scent. You've become one of them. Don't lie to yourself, Gladia. You are strict with others, but even more so with yourself. Has wandering the land sufficiently satisfied your desire to torment yourself? Hunter, I will kill you if your answer doesn't satisfy me. Gladia, most of this situation is largely out of your hands. I'm forced to approach this problem from a different angle. What situation? Like you, I have spent some time on land, but what I saw was different. Did you come to understand the civilizations on land? No, you don't need to answer that. Gladia the ever-arrogant. For their civilizations to survive, they've tapped into Originium. It brought them opportunity and hope, but it also brought unprecedented calamity. To this day, they still have not fully analyzed its principles. I've witnessed many tragedies. They've given them the name catastrophes. They are foolish, ignorant, and weak, but the way they struggle and die is still harrowing. And the Aegir are no different. You were never this sentimental in the past. No, sentiment has nothing to do with this. What I'm saying is, Aegir provoked the ocean in order to survive, and the ocean devoured it in return. Then, ocean gave birth to us. We are products of a grotesque struggle. If we are unable to resolve this problem at its root, then we are unable to resolve it at all. What did you see, Olpianus? What did you see to make you abandon the bonds of blood and the camaraderie we shared in battle? Sanctuary. No doubt that is what those filthy cultists would have called it. Your familiarity with them only reduces my trust in you. But the word is an apt description. You know what Aegir found? You know what Aegir once found in the depths of the ocean? Even if you aren't a historian, a general education should have covered at least this. Thousands of years ago, we reached the heart of the ocean. There, we found the point of origin, the cradle of civilization. As far as I know, Gladia, he and those seaborn in the deepest recesses of their nest. Am I missing something? I saw it. A construct. No, not even the greatest science consuls of Aegir would have been able to make sense of what I saw. I was unable to go deeper, as my injuries were too severe. My blood boiled, my ears rang, but still I felt... What? The plurality of him. Well, that doesn't even slightly explain why you abandoned the team. You should have brought this information back. When millions of cries returned to a single point, the unhatched seaborn all murmured the same name from within their differently shaped sacks. Ishar Malar, or rather, Skaji. Did it escape into the sea? No matter. It will return, and we'll continue to wait. Ugh. Whoever decided that we were its kin? Pathetic. I'm assuming it means a hive mind. The plurality of him probably refers to a hive mind. I see it too. The waves breaking unnaturally like a twister, or a mirage of an ocean city. What a strange sight. Ha, it sure was lively today. Haven't had this much commotion since young Jamie and the chef died. Oh, here comes the last night. Pomegranate flower. Night? I wasn't expecting to see you back so soon. Did you come rushing to my ship because you missed the scent of your hometown? Have you gone completely mad yet? They had a queen. What he's referring to is, there was this big operation a while ago where all of the Abyssal Hunters fought the queen of the Sea Terrors. They won, but almost all of the Abyssal Hunters were killed in the process. After the fight, that dude, who I already forget the name of, clearly fell deeper into the ocean, whereas Skaji and Spectre... Well, Skaji probably fell towards the shore, but he fell towards deeper into the ocean, and he saw what they have down there. The plurality of him still isn't clear, but it probably likely means that they had a king as well as a queen, because the queen is dead. But it could be something else. I could be completely off base. This is just my assumption based on the material. The knight simply stares at Alfonso in silence, but almost immediately his sight fixates once again upon the ocean. Alfonso follows his gaze, and through the years in which time itself has become nebulous, day and night have already lost meaning. Are you still hunting the terrible waves? I sure hope the blood of these monsters hasn't made you immortal. You can look forward to drowning one day. What a joyous thing. Not a whole lot of wind today. Waves are the ocean's breath. It has still not stopped breathing. It has not died. Just like The monsters on land. They devour, destroy. The monsters on land. Civilization. Bad civilization. Time to wipe it out. Scotty, I just remembered something else. How did we manage to survive? How did you survive? I can't remember the details. We hacked and we slashed, again and again without pause, until finally he... what I meant was, if they really wanted us dead back then, would we have been able to survive? Let me put it another way. Aegir doesn't know we're alive either. They have no way of knowing. Was it Swordfish who said she wanted to come to the ship? By the way, Scotty just said he. Capital H-E, he. Which means she knows something about the plurality of him. Yes, she said this ship could bring us home. This does appear to be Aegir craftsmanship, though the shipwright Bregan, the name doesn't ring a bell. You never did remember the scientist's name, did you? It's such a relief, even talking to you like this. Are you back for good, Laurentina? You won't leave us again, will you? Haha. Do you have to be so cheesy about it? I've also been with you. Things just got a bit blurry in the middle there. Plus, it's kind of fun playing the part of a well-behaved nun. Oh, but the captain had this outfit specially made for me by our friends over at Rhodes Island. She already knew my measurements even. To be honest, you grew a bit taller. Wait, how do you know that? I was only helping out. The captain said she didn't trust the tastes of the landwalkers. Tastes? We both know that's the last thing she cares about. Though at least I can appreciate how she always makes sure these details are in place. She said you like long dresses, and I did always have that impression, but I rarely do these tailoring activities. These symbols. They're Aegirian letters. We wrote them together. They talk about you and about Gladia and about me. About Aegir, our home. Whose idea was this? Couldn't have been mine, right? We all came up with it together. What about the style? Swordfish picked it. How unlike her. We have to dedicate ourselves to battle. Sure, but no reason I can't doll myself up before the hunt, right? Skaji, do you remember what the first thought was, when I emerged from my stupor and remembered who I am? What? It was to re-examine myself, to see how different I was from that clear, but distant, memory of myself on the other side of the shore. Though I was dressed as a good little nun last time, I didn't particularly mind. But now that my trusty companions have chosen my outfit for me, that makes me even happier. Can you understand how I feel? Definitely better than when you woke up in a jar in Salviento. Haha, that's for sure. So, that's why we're going to win over Mr. Captain right now, yes? Leave it to me. Leave it to me, got it, here we go, leave it to me, got it, here we go. No, impossible. Ishamla. When I sank into the trench along the Titan's corpse, enduring a pressure that was that no ordinary Aegir could bear, I saw something I'd never seen before. Lydia, you know why Aegir distances itself from land. You know the many theorems as to why Erginium and catastrophes cannot invade us. Most of them have been proven correct. The ocean is like a petri dish, nourishing and protecting the purity of Aegir. But what if the civilization we're so proud of is nothing more than mold growing on the back of some giant? You were always exceptionally inquisitive, a quality that allowed you to make contributions in various fields, sowing the seeds for great breakthroughs. But to slander Aegir? You've changed so much I've hardly recognized you. Plus, you should know the boundaries of what is appropriate. Your speculation about Skaji. You levy the cruelest of accusations against your fellow hunter. Seaborn is just a broad catch-all name. As you know, their morphology is significantly more complex. You've been concerned that Skadi might be an even higher form of them, have you not? First and foremost, I'm concerned that you've chosen the wrong path. The first company and the fourth company perished along the way, one after the other, to create an opportunity for us to break through. And you, the second company, stayed near the nest's entrance. It seems wrong to even describe it as a nest. We'd entered a vast, singular entity where we were nothing more than tiny germs. But germs are more than capable of killing a healthy person. And we were successful, or so we led ourselves to believe. I simply fell into a deep sleep, along with his corpse. Blood, if that luminous substance can even be called that, had drenched my whole body and enveloped me. But I simply slumbered with his corpse for a long, long time. I hid in the crevices of his empty shell, leaning against the remnants of his flesh, until all sounds around me fell silent. But what about Skaji? It was she who dealt the final blow. That was not a normal killing, nor was it a hunt. It was feeding. A feeding of their kind. Your conjecture is both correct and faulty. Did you assume that all hunters will eventually lose control and become seaborn? No. Not Skaji. You already understand. Those who've witnessed him, those of us who sank into the trench and floated back up, all understand. You mean to say that, if anything goes wrong, we must kill her? She's your hunter. You still haven't even offered an explanation for your deliberate cover-up and betrayal, and you would have me trust your speculation like this? I'm not keen on your habit of staying silent. Maybe I'll have to take away your mobility and drag you back to Aegea. What I assume is that the way these hunters are made is by injecting seaborn blood into into Aegean citizens. That's how you make abyssal hunters. So I'm assuming that by plurality of him, what he means is that Skaji was created by injecting the kings or the queens, the leader of the Seaborns, by injecting their blood into Skaji, and that's why she's different and why she has another name. Whereas all the other hunters were just made with, I suppose, random other sea terrors or whatnot. I'm not keen on your habit of staying silent. Maybe I'll have to take away your mobility and drag you back to Aegea. A pity that one of our consuls might finally fall in battle. Could harm morale. Let's see you try. Gladia, how can you still claim to represent Aegea when you're so distraught about your own transformation? This is an opportunity. I don't expect your assistance, or even understanding, but some of us cannot afford to pass up this opportunity. Only by uncovering the truth do we have a chance at survival. And how is that related to what you're doing? You came for the ship, I came for Briagan. I've already made a breakthrough. Briagan's evidence corroborates what I've seen. Truly an amazing man. To think he arrived at these same conclusions, in that era, under these conditions? Those by your side, you already understand that only they are truly valuable. None of the land dwellers will ever understand, and thus, he died in solitude. I wouldn't say that nobody understands, but, for someone as strong and resolute as yourself, how many times have you said, but? We are colleagues. Together we were the architects of this war. We should trust in each other more. A final word of advice. Don't return to Aegea. It is too soon. Too dangerous. Too many things we haven't straightened out. Going back now is wasted effort, and you do not know what has become of it. Remain on land. Should something happen? Of course. She is my hunter. I will shoulder the responsibility. Gladia wants to say something else, but when she turns her head, a tremendous cracking sound spreads through every corner of the room. A violent shuddering follows, and the truth filling the table is spread across the ground, seeming to sear her vision. Leviathan. Before the chief designers of warfare proposed the Abyssal Hunter plan, before the Abyssal Hunters delved into their nest, Bragan chose a title that the foolish land dwellers are obsessed with this day. He wanted to thoroughly elucidate the nature of calamities. He found the last piece of the puzzle on land. My key. The smell of wheat. Homeland? My homeland supports me. My family supports me. until I crush the ocean. The two hunters look at the brooding night. Lydia clenches the key in her hand. Then take a look at this monster. Take a good look. He appears human, but is not human. Even the ocean's kin reject him. Day in and day out, he searches for the terrible waves and seeks to quash them. An endless futile pursuit. Just like us. Oh, that was a long one. I was wondering if it would ever end at one point. And there's more to go. Directly into another story node. Pick up the pace. Ugh. This Never-See brand. What exactly is it? Though tiny and varying in form, these fluorescent life forms are also an extension of our kin. The prophet once said that there's a part of the ocean where these glowing creatures fill the entire sea. They are the whole, and they shape the cradle of life for our kin. The Never-See brand is just fragments of his will, from tens of thousands of nautical miles away, washed in like the tide. Even a tiny amount will inevitably consume the land. It will turn the land into a new kind of ocean. Indeed. So Iberia was the first sacrifice for your plans, and Gran Faro is the next. Sacrifice? Surely you're using the wrong word. No. The Inquisition will take away my town, and this beautiful Never-See brand will do the same. Either way, it's no longer our home. It will lose its history, its golden years of explosive growth and vitality. Tiago, surely you don't mean? Geordie has been taken away as well. The ones who have escaped have probably all been rounded up by the penal battalion by now. You're all murderers. Monitor? Why would it show up here? Impossible. It was just on the west side of town. You lied to us, Tiago. And you too? Before becoming an Inquisition spy, I was just the daughter of an ordinary Gran Faro laborer. Don't underestimate our hatred. All the humiliation we've endured was just to take you all down. Both you lot and the Inquisition are nothing more than enemies trampling over our home. See for yourself what real destruction looks like. See for yourself what we saw back then. Tiago, get down! Ugh. There's nothing left to tinker with. Everything else is out of power. All that remains is to see how long this lighthouse can hold out. The Never-See brand has already reached this floor? I'll have to keep climbing higher. Hi, Inquisitor. His arms have gone numb. The shape of the reef has already changed dramatically. The High Inquisitor spares no effort when annihilating all enemies in his sight. But his enemies are quite literally endless. His sword is corroded, and he has expended his roll of explosives. Only the flame in his lantern burns even brighter than before. Not once does Dario look behind him, to the lighthouse he has defended from the beginning. He looks beyond the sea's horizon. Creatures of the sea, Iberia will not be destroyed by you. Humanity will not be destroyed by you. He hacks up blood stuck in his throat. A metallic scent fills his nostrils. And I, too, will not be destroyed by you. That would take more than death. Whew, Dario, you're so cool. Be patient and wait here, Garcia. It's always boring, waiting for our quarry to take the bait. Still remember the second time we went hunting these monsters? We still had over 100 survivors back then. When we first set sail, the air was filled with cheering and salutes from the cannons. Those sounds still echo in our ears to this day. We bid farewell to the grand shore, carrying the legends of Aegir as we sprinted toward the depths. After a few days of sea, yes, only a few days, calamity struck. Why do these stupid goddamn cells rob you of your language? How I wish to chat with you again, rather than those stupid rancid idiots who took over 60 years to get here. Good day, Mr. Captain. Oh, we just happened to be short some bait. Fancy a dip? considering you're an Aegir after all. What, already forgotten what I said? Either you leave or I toss you overboard. It's a miracle you survived. I never thought any Iberians would have made it after all this time. That's got nothing to do with you, or with Iberia. After 60 years, the only thing I belong to is this ship. But let me give it a try, Skaji. How goes the hunt? Maybe my extremely cordial attitude has stoked a number of misunderstandings, but I can tell that the blood of the monsters flows in your veins, just like me. We're the same? You, us, and your chief mate too? Who gave you permission to talk about Garcia? Who gave you permission to look at my Garcia, you filthy Aegir mongrels? I never told you what Garcia used to be. You don't know if they're a man or a woman, tall or short, fat or skinny, peril or the devil. But know that Garcia is my chief mate and my lover, and I will never reveal their former self to outsiders. We don't need your pity, or a comparison to whatever image of yourself, to whatever image of us you might have from the past. Neither of us need any of that. What a joke. Hunters whose blood is mixed with that of their prey. Not even the ocean's waves can wash away your filth. Did you dare bare your fangs in front of us? Scotty's brows furrow into a frown. She rarely cares about what others have to say, especially land dwellers. Uh-oh, Skadji racist moment. But the words coming from the exception in front of her make her feel uncomfortable. The chief mate shoots a sharp glance at Skadji. It is a warning. But we need your help. What do you call these monsters again? Sea something? Ah, Seaborn. Okay, so why should we help you, Seaborn? Do you know how many good lads lost their lives to the sea after the calamity? You float around on these waters and refuse to return to port, yet still insist that you're an enemy of the sea? Yep, that's my life. We are abyssal hunters. We come from Aegir, and while we can only guess how exactly you survived, we have nothing but respect for you. We also hope you'll understand that everything we do is to fight against those enemies. And I should care about what Aegir does? Why? No, you misunderstand. Skadji shoots a glance at Spectre beside her. When she said, "Let me give it a try," Skadji thought she meant that she'd be better at negotiating. But drawing her weapon should absolutely not be a part of negotiations. Let me rephrase that. It is our job to slaughter them, and I happen to find that process rather enjoyable. Since you're only hunting for food, I can leave you some of the meat when I'm done. After all, I've never liked dealing with that nauseating stuff. You think pretty highly of yourselves, eh? Compared to the Victorians or Lathanians. I've seen the way you kill Seaborn. You aren't worth a damn thing. Oh, don't get us wrong. Dealing with these low-level creatures we call sea terrors doesn't even count as combat for the Second Company. Gladia isn't exactly the stingy type either. I'm stronger than you. That's just an indisputable fact. My, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Chief Mate. Or Miss? Anyway, it's not your turn yet. Lay a finger on Garcia and you're dead. Oh, really? Since our captain's mission is to retrieve this ship and return to Aegir, we don't have the luxury of sitting around trying to convince you. This way's always been the more straightforward means of communication. The hunter's way. Ha! You've got a death wish. This guy again. To hunt and consume is an important matter. You are not all kin, but I know. You can still return to our kind. So I ask, what will you do? Piss off! Hey, now this is fun. Ha! Now there's an easy way to prove that you're not Seaborn. Kill it, unless you're unwilling to attack your kin. Then I sincerely hope that you won't drag me down. I'm more worried about you showing mercy to your twisted kin, Aegir. Then you worry over nothing. After all, if I really was on their side, you'd be dead already. So once I prove I'm not one of them, are you willing to lend us your ship? Not a chance in hell. The ship belongs to me. That's too bad. Maybe if I help you lose that arm of yours during this battle, that'll waken up a part of your humanity? Chief Mate, Stay back and don't do anything. Let's see how much of a difference there is between us and these monsters claiming to be human. You too, Skaji. Don't snatch my mark. This hunt is mine, and I need to let off a little bit of steam. Hunting must be done. Purpose: to mold the environment. You are rich in nutrients. I'm assuming now I unlock a combat node. I don't see any other nodes, but I should probably check my backpack. There's probably something new here. Oh, here we go. The incremental motion firmware component, after being assembled onto your little handy, will show you the joys of exercise. A robust body is able to house discerning thoughts, and a replete spirit can nourish a pure soul. The walls of the Institute of Technology and Academy of Science were never meant to restrain you from running freely. If you feel that your body is too weak to keep up with your surging thoughts, please make good use of this. Exercise in moderation unless you want to wake up with muscle pain in the middle of the night. Alright, let's start that. Yay, now it's for the battle. Here we go. Well, this is a nice easy stage. I only have one base to defend, and there's only one path leading to that base. Sounds like a free game, to me. Although I have the wrong skill on Mudrock, but that doesn't matter. Looks like an easy win on this stage. There doesn't really seem to be much the enemies can do to me. Like waves breaking against the tide. What the hell is this thing? Continually inflicts arts and nervous impairment damage in an area around it, has status resistance, and is immune to slow effects. Never mind, this might be a bit harder than I thought. Or maybe it'll be fine. As long as they only come from that door, I can stop them. Mizuarai. Oh, these guys are fast. I didn't expect them to be that fast. This is where the fun begins. I can retreat these two now. Well, that was unfortunate timing. Oh well. Not that it matters. Too easy. Good stuff. Ugh, what happened? You're awake. I'm begging you, man, at least holler the next time something like this happens, alright? Pull another stunt like that and I won't be able to save you. How's the situation? That woman's monsters. Have they all been burned away yet? Can't say for sure, but probably. I mean, I've only seen the full extent of Monitor's firepower in tactical records before. Burn it. Burn it all. Grandfather is already a thing of the past. Just burn it all down. Mr. Tiago, you... Ah, traitor! And you, Iberian. I've caught your sense. This is where you're hiding. You came at just the right time. Yes, just the right time. What are you? Humph, already blinded beyond recognition. Serves him right for pleasuring himself with that monster. Serves you right, you hear me? Serves me right. It sure does, Tiago. For choosing to trust a man blinded by hatred, for ever having delusions that people like you could be saved. Serves me right indeed. But now, everything is different. Sea terrors? But when? Tiago, don't get too close. Something's wrong with this guy. Iberia must be destroyed. We will annihilate this country. This land will become the ocean's cradle. The waves shall swallow the clouds, and scores of mountains will dissolve without a sound. We shall all become one. Watch out, Tiago! Tiago! He's already transforming into a monster, just like in the reports from Salviento. I'll start with you, traitor. For the perpetuation of life eternal, Iberia is meaningless. Meaningless, you say? Are you calling for me by name, heretic? High Inquisitor, you made it just in time. Go ahead and pray. We will prove to you that your god is meaningless too. You will watch as Iberia sinks into the abyss. That will never happen. What? My name is Carmen E. Iberia. When the 9 saints gave themselves this false title, they abandoned their own names, and with it their beliefs. We are immolated by lies. Nobody knows this better than us. God never offered salvation to Iberia. We must become as gods. On behalf of the Inquisition, I hereby read your sentence, heretic. What is this heaviness I feel? My body has already been accepted by my kin. My life has already received sublimation. So why am I unable to take my eyes off his lantern? Self-preservation? Yes, all Inquisitors are quite powerful, so I am on guard. You may kill me, but you cannot kill our kind. Kill our kind and the sea will die. When the sea dies, the land will die with it. You will all eventually drown in the rising tide of evolution. You will not live to see this land's future. This era is bloated and discordant, and we're all but livestock trapped in cages. I will put you and your Inquisition... What? He looks at his body in disbelief. A beautiful cross-section. Since their invasion of Grand Pharaoh began, the old Inquisitor who sat at the town's chapel has never lifted his hand even once. He never wielded his sword. Or drew his hand cannon. He used only his lantern and his arts, befitting someone as ancient as him. Yes, ancient. He is very old. A span of time far too great for the ordinary life to endure. Land-crawling livestock. How did you... At least I was able to buy... You've accomplished nothing. A brand new life form, yet unable to take the life of even this old Iberian. What do you have to be proud of? Look at me, heretic. You... Damn you! You were once human too, but you narrow-mindedly misjudged the potential of your own race. For tens of thousands of years, this is how we have won our wars. Nature selects. Life adapts. You and your pathetic ideas will be buried in Iberia. Before your last breath, be sure to pass on our thunderous roar to your kin. The sea faces an ancient enemy called civilization, one you stand no chance of overcoming. You understand nothing. How's he doing? I've been trying everything I could this whole time, but the wound's too deep. If only Dr. Calci were here. He needs medical attention immediately, sir. Where is she? Waiting in the chapel. I should make this clear, member of Rhodes Island. His treason is indefensible, and he must answer for his crimes. Knowingly sheltering the Church of the Deep's cultists has caused the Inquisition to lose a prime opportunity. It has also placed Dario and countless of our brothers in the penal battalion in grave peril. Old fool. How old are you anyway? 100? How do you still pretend to have so much energy? It is my duty. So you must know all sorts of things. Tell me, Inquisitor. Tell me the truth, you wretched executioner. Why would you destroy a band of people hoping to rebuild their home? All of you. All of you. Don't speak, Tiago. I can't stop the bleeding. No. I must ask. All of you. The Inquisition. Those AJ you took from Grand Faro. Were there really any cultists among them? Tell me. Did you really, out of paranoia, nothing more than laughable paranoia, kill all those good people? Ordinary citizens have no right to know the Inquisitor's secrets. You bastard. Knowing the truth will not help you cling onto your fading life, Tiago. No. No. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm going to die, and you still won't tell me the truth. At least, Marin, tell me. The files on Grand Faro's AG have been sealed. I'm unable to disclose anything to a civilian. No. I curse you. I swear, I'll never forgive you. Iberia will... His malediction never leaves his mouth. Old Tiago looks at the dim, damp ceiling, where a drop of water is about to fall from the wooden beams. Drip. He's gone. So, what's the truth? I don't see how this has anything to do with you either, member of Rhodes Island. Return to Kaltsi. We've lost too much time, and the Eye of Iberia will likely fall. Please, tell me. As a member of Rhodes Island, I also wish to cooperate with the Inquisition. But before that, I'm an Iberian. I didn't know Tiago for very long, but I just realized he would never curse Iberia, because he truly saw this place as his home. But after realizing that, that's all the more reason I can't just... Lord Carmen, after witnessing so many tragedies in my homeland, surely you can't just tell me to turn a blind eye to it all. Carmen glances over at the aged labourer resting in Elysium's arms. His eyes betray a slightly different emotion. After a moment of silence, he speaks. Roughly 130 Aegir were taken from Grand Faro, and of them about half had ties with the Church of the Deep. Even some members of the penal battalion formerly stationed in the town were revealed to be traitors. They stole a large amount of information on Iberia's seafaring era, obstructed the Inquisition, and were plotting from the very beginning to turn Grand Faro into a nexus for the sea's invasion of the land. Leading them was a female bishop, an Aegir Islander, a woman the people called Marin. Now, give him his burial. Strong, work together, and you are strong enough to lead our kind. But you do not plan to do this. This puzzles me. Our kind, how will you treat them? Willpower begets all. Any chasm can be crossed. Our environment, complete and pure. Impurities are not needed. About parents, I am trying to find an answer, yet the question is not clear. I cannot ask yet. Do all of the sea's infants learn to talk as quickly as you? What's wrong, Mr. Captain? Has your loneliness finally compelled you to seek companionship with talking seaborns? You know, every wound on its body has been my handiwork so far. It's still alive and kicking. We're just getting to the good part. Fighting is meaningless. Leaving is the correct choice. Get back here! It tore through the wall and fled. Why did the Iberians have to make this ship so complex anyway? I won't allow it to continue trashing my ship. Garcia! That's cheating, you know. How do you think we managed to keep this ship from getting riddled with holes and sinking, while surrounded by monsters for all these years, relying solely on Brigand's technology? We systematically kill the ones threatening enough to cause damage. Then, little by little, the survivors slowly sew up the scars they leave behind. This one can be considered intelligent as far as they go, but it's by no means the strongest. I'm not in the mood to play games with you anymore, so this farce ends here. Kill it now before it does something we can't undo. The fleeing seaborn easily tears through the ship's walls. It can smell its kin as well as the ocean just outside this strange box. It is hurt. It needs healing. It needs nourishment. It needs time. The scaleless kin had brought it a chance to breathe, but far from enough time. Many preparations are yet to be completed. What? A seaborn! The seaborn does not speak, because it faces something that is not its kin. Not kin that speaks, not kin without scales. In which case, the small, fragile creature struggling before its eyes is just an ordinary life form, just another part of the cycle. It should be consumed. After coming to this conclusion, the seaborn almost immediately lashes out at Irene with tooth and claw. So fast! Its body is different from before? It's so tough! Merda! I can't dodge it this time. Roar! Stand up and run. You can talk? In Iberian? I save you. Don't let him know. Don't let Alfonso know I'm still human. Language. You also know it. Efficiency. Relatively low. Not enough information. Not enough time. If necessary, I will complete it. Kindred. You have formed your own group, and your offspring consume one another. You are incomplete. Alfonso cannot get here fast. You run. Kindred, no point in nurturing. Flesh and blood donate to us. Still attempting to spit out vestiges of human speech, the chief mate is punctured by the seaborn's fangs. It neither underestimates its enemy, nor is distracted by Irene's presence. The seaborn's motions have clearly evolved. You, Alfonso, hurry. Hurry. I can't even pierce its carapace. At this rate, Irene, you know where this is. Yes, it's the Inquisition's underground, where every High Inquisitor has seen the truth. The truth. Consider this one thing, Irene. What is the Inquisition fighting for? For Iberia's purity and virtue, for the sanctity of our laws and scriptures. But what if the concept of truth as seen by the people is only superficial? What if the law has no reach, the scriptures fail to prophesize, and the morality that governs all things amount to naught? How will you pass down judgment then? I will judge based on my own standards, even if it means casting aside the distinction between good and evil that you've always adhered to. Of course. That is easier said than done, Irene. There is no point trying to teach from my example, as I am not as partial towards words as you are. Maestro. But there will come a day when your enemies will force you to cast aside everything you've ever known. Your faith, your morals, your ethics. Everything will be ravaged, desecrated, rendered null and void. When that happens, if you can manage to rebuild your inner faith, whatever it may be, then that will form the foundation to help you defeat those enemies. Before seeing the truth, Before experiencing a crueler history, everything that we do is empty, with no basis in reality. I won't tell you how you should act going forward, but when that time comes, I want you to remember my words, Irene. You must become Iberia's last line of defense. No, survival is not actually your goal. Perhaps you can become something greater. Oh shit! Irene raises her hand cannon. A second cavity suddenly appears in the Seaborn's adamantine body as a torrential flow of heat melts through its sturdy, unusual walls. The surging temperature turns the surroundings into a sea of fire. The chief mate sobs and retreats to the side, staring blankly at the scene before his eyes. The Seaborn has never been enveloped by such arts before. It feels a sense of being overwhelmed, but quickly adapts. However, the Inquisitor's barrage will not cease until the flames of her lantern spot her out. Release the chief mate, you monster, and get a good whiff of the scent of Originium. You have not sinned in any way. The Holy Scriptures do not even mention your existence. Right now it is only I, as an Iberian, who is handing down this verdict. The scourge of the seas must be wiped out. You have no right to live. In the name of Iberia. Yeah! Irene, you're so cool! The drafting room was once used to aggregate the results of exploration on draft and nautical charts. After the calamity, the entire ocean's currents, prevailing winds, and uncharted islands all underwent tremendous changes, rendering the laws formulated over generations completely meaningless. Some usable supplies can still be found here. Cheers. Hunter, Hunter. I've already read all these. Oh, I got a new song. I hope the last song that you unlock is the Song of Fools. For more than 60 years, for 20,000 days and nights, the ship has endured far too many storms, as well as matters of life and death. It will not sink, just as Iberia will not sink, and this is not a fact that requires explanation. So it must be, therefore it is. The white-haired captain gazes out the porthole, to the part of the ocean that can no longer even be considered scenery. For the first few decades, he spent a lot of time on the observation deck, hoping to get a glimpse of the land he once called home, even if no more than a small island. There was nothing but water, a boundless expanse of water. It bored him, annoyed him, enraged him, and finally forced him to look away. Nothing would happen there, and it no longer had anything to do with his fate. For reasons unknown, the captain suddenly felt as if he'd not seen enough of this nameless ocean. He decided that when this fast was over, he and his chief mate would quietly watch the sunrise, just as they had done many, many years ago. Got a new log. May as well clear that off as long as I'm here. Wait, have I read this? I have. Oh, what is this? Oh, I can choose my destination? Back to Gran Faro, I guess? Hey, what's up? It has been a while, hasn't it? Wait, where am I supposed to go now? You cross the gangway, the deck in front of your eyes. No matter how terrible the wind and waves, the ocean will eventually return to calm. Were you on break, or did I just have bad timing? Probably just bad timing? I haven't been playing much Arknights though, so that might be why. Oh, the Nameless Ocean, there's a new area. Here we go. On the main deck, the Neversea brand is spreading. It mercilessly engulfs everything, irreversibly. This is how it survives, able to heal wounds left even by the passage of time. Oh, now, oh my god, this must be the final area then. Okay. Every inch of Iberian soil has a corresponding position on the flagship's deck. The components follow the mountain ranges. The cables represent the rivers. Several grammarians and rhetoricians were involved in the design, and they conferred meaning to everything on this deck. Thus, the crew members involved in taking care of it will never allow a single scratch or pothole to appear, for any blemish is a shame to Iberia itself. Polishing and waxing the deck that symbolizes their hometown, and evaluating which section is smoother and shinier, became a way for the crew from different parts of the country to privately compete. There have been attempts in the past to swap out more susceptible to damage parts in the loading area for pieces of the deck in other areas. Such actions were met with strict disciplinary measures. In the end, symbolism is just that, and we tend to easily get emotionally invested in a figment of our own imagination. I have gotten 2 copies of Spectre, which is unfortunate because I only wanted Irene. So I do not have Irene, and I am sad about it. However, I'm sure I'll get her eventually. Around the mooring winch are a large number of sea terrors curling up and degenerating, turning themselves into masses of nutrient-rich muscle fiber to offer up to their kin. They must be eliminated. This kind of evolution is abomination. How would sociologists analyze the social constructs of the sea terrors and the seaborn? No, the scholars would only be able to throw their hands up in defeat, because human society is built on selfishness, morality, cowardice, and bravery. Our ugliness has built the foundation for these flashes of greatness. However, these creatures' understanding of kinship is beyond our comprehension. Humans extol martyrdom because it symbolizes morality and because it is so rare, but sea terrors may well never see it from such an angle, labeling their choices neither virtue nor vice. They have only one goal. All of their actions are in service of that singular goal. They have no caste, no individual interests. They seek only to reach the end point of evolution. That is precisely why humans must fight them to the bitter end. Ugh. God, I've been reading story notes for 3.5 hours. My throat is starting to be sore. The unbearable past relentlessly chases him. The unfaceable future solemnly awaits him. I thought, do I have water? I had water. I'm out of water. I should probably go fill up my water. In fact, I will go do that right now. Thanks for reminding me. And so the reading continues. You wasted your chance. What? If I were you, when I caught that talking seaborn in Salviento, I would have forced it to spill everything it knew about Aegir. You've been walking the land for years, you never even heard Aegir's messages. But the ocean is different. The ocean has never been disconnected. Yet you simply allowed it to die without creating any value. An unproductive decision, Gladia. I don't need to hear messages from trash. The only answers our prey can provide are the grunts of lowly beasts. Seems you've found some assistance on land, and put quite a bit of trust in them. The cosmos. Cemetery. You're showing mercy. Why does he still stand? I'm not. He's just a little sturdier than anticipated. The knight does not fight back. He suddenly freezes in place and throws his head back. He staggers, spins around, and looks up. Glydia had planned to seize this moment to put an end to the chase, but right as she is about to, she has a faint premonition. The Seaborn scent. It's changed. You're already sensitive enough to notice such changes, then? That's right, Glydia. No matter how much you try to console yourself or others, this is a problem we'll have to deal with, sooner or later, ourselves. Garcia! Good, good. You hurt it real bad. We'll track it down in no time by following these blood trails. Wait, what are these burn marks? What did it do to my ship? The monster can't have left these marks behind. That's right. It must be the masterwork of our lovely little Iberian bird. Oh, they grow up so fast. So, who's scarier, the Seaborn or her people? You mean the Iberian from before? Her? Impossible. Any of this ship's battle-hardened sailors would have been stronger than her. How could she do this? I understand. No matter. Regardless of what the Iberian did, we have to hurry. Time to put an end to this month-long hunt. You seem to be in a pretty good mood, Mr. Captain. Good mood? Who wouldn't be happy to bring an end to such a long hunt? You keep chasing. I'll go a different way. It won't cut through these walls. It'll try to get closer to the sea. Garcia, your wounds aren't life-threatening. Just hang in there and we'll be right back. The injured chief mate still needs more time to recover. It looks at its captain's face in silence. Joy, a hard-to-disguise excitement, a vigor it has not felt in a long time. It takes a peaceful nap, focusing its energy on rejuvenating its injured parts, all to help its lover continue the hunt. A brief, light dream, short, trance-like, and extremely rare since its body underwent such profound changes. In its dream, it stands upon Iberia's shores. The sky booms with fireworks and hums with the din of whistles. A high-spirited Alfonso stands at its side, asking it a question. Garcia, see those kids along the shore? We all like children. Children of the future of Iberia. Our glory, our feats, and our skills all die with us. But children, new lives, ones that all of Iberia will come together to nurture, and they'll inherit it all. Garcia, who do you think he should take after? Aww. How can it still move so fast with those injuries? I can't keep up. And holding back from firing my hand cannon is... Ugh. The Nethersea brand is spread to the ship? But how? It wasn't this bad a little while ago. The fluorescing Nethersea brand has devoured the golden Iberian hull. The intricate dome reflects a ghastly blue light, and amidst the glow stands a lone, out-of-place woman. Her two hands are crossed in front of her as she silently and carefully sizes up the throne in front of her. The Nethersea brand spreads from beneath her feet, sapping the very colour from the golden floor. She turns her head. Her eyes hold nothing but compassion and expectation. Good evening, Irene. A Church of the Deep cultist! Did I miss? No, there's no way. Originium arts? That's right, Irene. If Dario could see you now, I'm sure he'd be so proud. How do you know our names? Who are you? I am a translator. You think a lie like that will do you any good? I never lie, Irene. I've translated a great many works. Perhaps one of novels full of girlish critical realism on your shelves contains my touch. Have you ever even noted the name of the translator? Look at your feet. You're the one who brought the Nethersea brand? That's a somewhat biased statement. I did not bring the brand. Rather, I established a bond with the fluorescent sea. Truly, it is an honor to be a part of it. How did you get to this ship? That doesn't matter, Irene. Nor does it matter whether you can defeat the Seaborn, whether I die here, or whether this ship will be key to reconnecting with Aegea. None of that matters. And yes, the sacrifices of Dario and the Penal Battalion, Grand Furrow's collapse, the Eye of Iberia, the long, long time that has passed. In the vast process of evolutionary transformation, all of these are but drops of water in the sea of life. My respect comes from the fact that we are all but part of the cycle. Compared to the whole, we are all insignificant. Wait, you mentioned the High Inquisitor. What happened to him? Alas, poor Irene. Look, I know the feeling of having questions and needing answers, but is this really the time, when your enemy stands right before you? What happened to him? His sacrifice was in vain, Irene. The sea breeze brought me news of his death. You have my condolences. Impossible. It can't be. Nothing is impossible, Irene. When the oracle descended, all the futures of this land were set in stone. We are bugs crawling along the ground. We ought to follow the ordained path. What's wrong with choosing a life without barriers, without separation, without country and without form? If you choose to cease resisting, all the better. If not... If none of this really matters, Amaya, then why are you buying time for our wounded little prey? Oh? You've woken up, Laurentina. Not completely, but I can at least remember your name. Hope I'm not coming across as rude. Irene! What did you do to her? Nothing. We were only making small talk. Scotty, continue the chase. Wasn't it your prey? And who was it that let me run into such a nostalgic figure? All right, be careful. Irene? You're lying. The breath of the sea does not lie. No, like I said, that's impossible. The High Inquisitor's death must have had a purpose. The Inquisition never makes sacrifices in vain. If you don't believe that, cultist, then I'll just have to become that purpose. So be it. What a resilient child you are. Ugh. Hunter, let's go. Oh, my dear little Irene, you've only just learned to control the power of an Inquisition hand cannon, and this is how you display it? If you continue trying to burn the Neversea brand in such a crude manner, Captain Alfonso will be furious, no? Well, no matter. You're going to just let them walk away? Alas, unlike Quintus, I am not in such a hurry. Why would I want to face 2 hunters at once and cut my life even shorter? Is there a difference between a moment and an instant? There isn't, but seeing you revert to your old temperament sure brings me back, Laurentina. After all, you were in a coma until the first experiment began. How have you been since you left us? Spectre's lips curl into a subtle smile. It is the most beautiful smile she's shown tonight. It's getting faster. I've already put 2 more holes in it. Just how much blood can it have in there? 2? How did you... I'll tell you later. I don't think my stamina's going to last much longer. It's been cannibalizing its own kind this whole time. No wonder. Watch out, it's coming at us. Yeah. Isha Mla. Where is he? Answer. I wish to know. You monster! You don't belong in this world. Before Irene can fire her hand cannon, the Seaborn lurches forward. As the wall cracks audibly, Skaji leaps back with tremendous force, before closing the gap between her and the Seaborn almost instantly. Her lethal strikes once again bite down on thin air. What? None of her hits landed? Insufficient. Nutrients. Time. All insufficient. Isha Mla. We require answers, but I can feel his presence. With words, we shall implore. Isha Mla. Even if he does not answer, it does not mean he is not there. Even if he is not there, it does not mean that our kind has lost its way. Our kind has found its way. We will seize our own fate. Survival, the primary goal. Do all of you love rambling on while trying to kill us? Don't overthink this, and don't plan on returning to the ocean either. Insufficient. Far from enough. But soon. Cover your ears. Irene! Huh? Ah! Raki Nante. The waves are coming. We wait for them. We will wait outside. With weapons, we tear them. Let us go! Ow. Ow, my throat. The Seaborn's murmurs can be heard from afar. Gladia frowns slightly. For an ordinary landwalker to recklessly make contact with the ocean and win eternal madness is certainly conceivable. But what of the other Seaborn that obeyed him? But Gladia does not think about it too deeply, because a nauseating premonition is gnawing at her nerves. It makes her neck itch. What's happening up there? This ship has been adrift at sea for more than 60 years. If they'd wanted to do away with it, or simply treated it and its crew as enemies, the Stultifera Navis would have sunk long ago. So instead, they're assimilating it. They've treated the ship as part of their environment. For whatever reason, they must have allowed it to survive in their waters. But now the situation has changed. You mean... the Neversea brand? Since when? And how did it spread this quickly? This ship will most certainly sink. Gladia, have you ever considered why an Aegir as talented as Bragan chose, in his final hour, to design the key the way he did? It should have unlocked the secrets Aegir has long dreamed of. It is the quintessence of his life's work. So why is it just anyone's blood enough to activate it? Why would he let it fall into the hands of a frail knight? We did silence that thing, but they probably don't need any gods at all. Only humanity, in their impotence and hypocrisy, would fold their hands together and pray to the ocean, finding far too much solace within it. We need to make use of what little time we have, Gladia. You're still thinking about the incident with Tiago? Not quite. Of all the tragedies I've endured, this is hardly worth mentioning. Nothing more than a grain of sand on the beach. But how much sand does the beach require? The ship wasn't brought by the penal battalion. Most of the town's vessels were brought under their supervision, and the few that weren't were forgotten, stranded along the shore. Then we've saved quite a bit of time thanks to someone's carelessness. I can't help but think of how much more will be forgotten. What else will be stranded? Kaltsi, if the Land of Terror were a ship, what kind of vessel do you think it would be? We're almost at the Eye of Iberia. That we are. Oh, that one wasn't so long compared to some of the others. That was pleasant. Combat node, which I cannot do. The injured Seaborn seeks to flee for its life. It feeds on its kin, amassing itself. It can feel that it has arrived before a broken-through door. It must be stopped. Its kind senses the imminence of evolution. They swarm forth, their flesh clogging the way, using death to hold back their enemies. The Seaborn is fleeing into their midst. It still needs more time. The injured Seaborn is looking for an escape route. It needs nutrients. It needs direction. It can feel that it is but a step away from the answer it has always sought. It must be stopped. Its kind senses a hope for the future. They swarm forth, their blood congealing into a bastion, using death to erect a mighty wall. The Seaborn is fleeing into their midst. It still needs more time. The injured Seaborn stopped moving. It is thinking. It is realizing. It can feel that it has questions that cannot be answered, and needs to find a way to resolve that. It must be stopped. The creature looks out to the sea, where it was born, where it will end up. It cannot comprehend what has transpired within this floating box. It cannot comprehend the strangers and the kin that have tried to hurt it. It lingers, brooding. It feels as if the answer is within its grasp, yet has no way to describe it. Soon. Very soon. And now I may fight. Oh, I forgot to change Mudrock's skill again. Oh well. I wonder how I should build this. That's kind of annoying. Okay, let's do it this way then. I would like to deploy Mudrock. Thank you. Mondai-nash. I should probably put some healers down at some point. That seems important. Where is that thing going anyway? Oh, it comes out here. Okay. Weird. Oh wait, there's multiple of them. Weird. But not unexpected entirely. Mudrock died? That's not allowed. Wait, why is Mudrock dying from these things? That's not supposed to happen. I can't believe that happened. I might need to use her skill to deal with them. What is the deal with them anyway? Invisible while located on Never See Brand. Gains increased attack for each time it deals damage, decaying quickly after it stops attacking. I see. So I just need to not let it attack, basically. That's Tsutage, that's not Savage. There we go, that's Savage. Try it this way, I suppose. Oh, I should have made him face down. Oh well, I put him in the wrong spot. Oh well. Archetto does not do much damage to these things. That's unfortunate. Also, Mudrock is taking a lot of damage. If I just keep stunning him, then he can't do damage. Alright, that works. That works somehow. I just need to keep deploying J on top of him, I suppose. Mudrock is really gonna die, huh? Let's prevent that from happening, shall we? Oh, there's only one more enemy left. I just need to stall him. Just for a little bit. Oh, you're right, he's invisible. That's a problem. But I'll probably be fine, I think. Okay, nice. That was close. Phew. That last enemy nearly wiped everyone. I'm glad I didn't switch off of skill 3. If I had switched on to skill 2, that wouldn't have worked. Nobody knows what these discarded barrels were once used for. Perhaps over 6 decades ago they were filled with spirits that the crew could drink in celebration. Now only a few tattered relics sit at the bottom of the barrel. Who was the desperate seaman who exchanged these things for the last sip of wine? Yes, an entire table sitting at the bottom of a barrel. That sounds right. The Stultifera Navis is not only a battleship, but also houses a large number of research facilities. The unrecognizable equipment in the hydrology workstation regularly makes noise, but there is no longer anyone who can interpret them. A delicate device has been placed here. Its underside labeled with a single line of Aegirian mini decontamination kit. It seems to fit into one of the slots on Little Handy. The mini decontamination kit component will provide you and your Little Handy with the ability to eradicate contamination. Evil thoughts stem from the human heart and infect the land and kind. Righteousness is engulfed by filth, and glory is wounded by humiliation. Please make good use of this component to eliminate poison and stave off its spread. Efficiency is directly proportional to how smelly it is. Oh, Little Handy, you rascal. How should one sort out one's thoughts when reuniting with a mortal enemy after a long absence? Share a dance. Do you remember how we first met, Laurentina? Badly injured, you lay across the rocks of that snow-like beach, as if you were some kind of sleeping beauty. After drifting along the currents for so long, I was finally awoken by some truly rancid land dwellers. Ah, how I wish I could have slept forever. How could that be? If I'm remembering properly, we made quite a good first impression on each other, didn't we? That I won't deny, otherwise you would have ended up like Quintus, chopped into itty-bitty pieces. Speaking of, what a damn shame. Why couldn't I have felt like this back at Salviento? I could have reminisced with him so much more vigorously. Amaya maintains her elegant posture. The Nethersea brand spreads as far as she can see. But Laurentina does not take her seriously in the slightest. What is she looking at? Your recovery seems to have gone well. Thanks to you. What about the other one? How's he doing? Who knows? Maybe he ended up like Quintus and perished at the hands of a hunter. Which one? 'Twas just idle chatter. Originium arts. True, if there's anything on land that can pose the threat to a hunter, it would probably be those so-called arts. But you don't seem very well versed in fighting with arts either. Aren't you a bit too pathetic? Laurentina, have you ever wondered why your consciousness sometimes clears up and sometimes blurs? Or how you can even function after being injected with such a concentrated dose of refined liquid originium? Isn't that because I'm built different? You've also told me about your dance lessons. Ah, damn it. I can't believe you told me before I got to remember it myself. Fine, they were dance lessons. What else did I tell you about Amaya? Stop changing the subject, Laurentina. Or are you saying you know exactly how you woke up? We've done many experiments on you, my sleeping beauty. For the longest time we could only understand the ocean through the knowledge of the islanders, and then a perfect organism appeared right in front of us. Our methods were primitive at best. Even if we donned the trappings of the church, we could not hide our blemishes as land-dwelling creatures. Cases of us embracing the sea were few and far between, and the new life forms were seldom stable. Do you still remember the huge ruckus you made right after waking up, and the first conversation we had after that? I asked, how did the Aegir manage to do it? Amaya dodges Spectre's attack. She gently caresses her neck, and the golden glow of the golden hole seems to bleach her skin a ghostly pale. You hold a massive amount of refined liquid originium. Right here. If an ordinary person had had their spiral fluid replaced with such a concentration of liquefied originium, they wouldn't be merely comatose. No two ways about it. Ah. I really ought to thank you. After all, you allowed me to experience a completely different life. Do you know how many ages had their futures forcibly wrenched from them because of the trench-sucking scum you worship? And what would you originally have been then? An opera singer? A playwright? As if. Of course not. I wanted to be a sculptor. Even my teacher said I had the talent for it. When I was little, the city I lived in had a massive snow-white statue. Did it collapse during the Seaborn's invasion? Nah, that'd be too cliché. I've never even seen it broken. We moved to a different city before long. But that statue's always remained in my head, and I never forgot what it looked like. And then, thanks to you guys, I finally understand the allegory of that statue alternating between black and white amidst the shadows. Prayer. If I'd continued my studies in Asia, I might have never learned the more nuanced meaning of that word. You can stop stalling for time now. I know your arts are related to perception. I've seen them. Think of it this way. I've met some real weirdos aboard Rhodes Island. I might have done some rather unbecoming things, but never mind. I'm sure they'll forgive me. Is that the name of a ship? A much better ship than this one. Anyway, your precious she-terrors are all dead or injured, and your Nethersea brand can't do anything but eat away at this pompous haul. What's next? Need help with writing a suicide note? You don't get to see authentic Aegirian calligraphy every day, you know. Well then, Laurentina. Amaya extends her hand to Spectre. Her slender palms are covered in the Nethersea brand, as if she's wearing faintly luminescent formal dress gloves. Spectre does not reject her, but grips her weapon tightly with one hand, while holding Amaya's in the other. The two of them step delicately across the golden hall. Actually, I wasn't much of a dancer when I was young. The captain taught me a few times, much later. She's a better dancer than you. You know what keeps your overpiffy in check. You also know why it's easier to wake up from your affliction the closer you are to sea. The other hunters, particularly Claudia, must have guessed it long ago, but she's always been reluctant to admit the truth to herself. It could not be simpler, yet it is so cruel. Isn't it because I've returned home and am smitten by the scenery? Haha, Laurentina, I never realized how much you loved self-depreciating humor. But you're not wrong. Returning home, returning to the sea, it's all because their blood flows within you. The seaborn part of you is holding back the Orginium. The seaborn part of you is what wakes you up when you return to the ocean. So, this awakened you, as you are now. Are you seaborn or abyssal hunter? Watch your step. Thank you. You aren't expecting to shake me, are you? Like how Scargi got lectured by that talking scum back in Salviento? Are you not shaken, even though you recognize that your strength, your sanity, and your soul all come from your enemies? No one can remain unperturbed in the face of this truth. I haven't finished my story yet. Do you know why I love sculpting? Because, during the process of carving, chiseling, and shaping, Amaya is I need to read. Spectre pauses her footsteps. Amaya is caught by surprise for a moment. Spectre releases her hand, as her other is already bearing her weapon down. At that moment, her expression glistens with a childlike glee. We give meanings to the form of the dead, liberating them from the void of meaninglessness, just like my lovely destiny. Slice. There's no end to this trash. What do we do? How are we going to catch up to it? Where is it even going? They retreat to the ocean when hurt. We don't often hunt them on dry land. But, the sea terrors managed to breach the hull, but even the cannons of high-speed battleships shouldn't be enough to damage the Stultifera Navis. They've had years, must have chipped through it long ago. They trapped the ship, but didn't sink it. Why? We can ponder this all we like, but regardless of what miracles it took, we need a plan fast or the ship really is gonna sink. A plan, huh? That I do have. Quickly take out the enemy, and they should quickly retreat back to their nest. Is it really that easy? If not, then we make it so. If it's heading up, hurry. We can't let it reach the ocean. But, sea terrors are practically clogging the entire corridor. Can you still jump? What? The roof's been corroded by the Nevis brand and is very fragile. We'll take a shortcut. There you are, my quarry. You prey on blood relatives, prey on kin. You have eaten many. Well, no shit. You think we can live off the wind? To consume is without fault. Food is plenty. You will consume me. You are inviting me because information from afar cannot pass to kin. Language they do not understand. Vibration of air, utterance of sound, understanding of rules, learning of language. This is why I hate those damn Aegeas. Look, even the monsters are learning Aegerian now. Don't think I'll show you any mercy just because you learned how to talk, scumbag. You consume me. I consume you. Feeding has continued for too long. Must be ended. How quickly time flies, you little runt. Alright, all this time I've watched you grow up. You think you're the predator? You're nothing more than my domesticated beast. Alphonse's blade digs into the Seaborn's body, while its sharp fangs scratch his arm. Blood splatters through the air, and the atmosphere intensifies. The Seaborn's movements are becoming faster. You ruined my last change of clothes, now to skin you alive. Over here! Isha... Isha... Blah. You will consume. Shut up. You don't need to blather on to kill your prey. We just do our job. Stop it before it jumps into the sea. Think you can run? The Seaborn continues to increase its speed, appearing to leave an afterimage of itself in place. It strides and bounds, and in an instant it is already on the opposite side of the deck. Barely touching the ground, it dives straight into the ocean. But something else is even faster than it. A black shadow cuts off its retreat and smashes it to the floor. There, away from the light, something sears a mark into the deck, causing the entire ship to shudder. My, you're the same type of thing as Quintus, aren't you? If not, half of your body would have been sent flying, not just a little scratch like that. Next up is... Wait, what's this? This scent. You felt it. Of course, he no longer is concealing himself, which means he has proven what he wished to prove. He has said what he wished to say. Alas, I thought he'd be able to understand. Understand what? If this scent belongs to his master rather than something else that's turned into a Seaborn, then I'd suggest giving up on him ever understanding. Based on what I've seen of your shallow experiences and moral judgments, your idea of a trustworthy Aegir is usually just whoever stands out most. Ulpianus has made his move. In that case, I can't waste any more time with her. There's no more point in stalling. I must find the Herald. I must welcome it. Leaving so soon? I thought we were just getting started. Maybe next time, Laurentina. If we ever meet again, let's have another chat about Asia. Skadi doesn't blink. She couldn't be more familiar with these movements. Simple, straightforward, a force of nature. She remembers how her colleagues at Rose Island assessed her, as well as how she assessed the two in front of her, back when she first saw them. However, you were all chosen, deemed worthy by the Aegir. Under my command, you should have been prodigies of exacting violence, your hunting genes complementing your skills. But you've regressed, Skadi. You're... It's not dead yet, Ulpianus. Don't be in such a rush to patronize Skadi. I'm aware. Take heed again, Skadi. Just like before, I'll only teach you once. Ulpianus swings his weapon. The strike is straightforward and without excess. It is sufficiently swift, such that the Seaborn cannot avoid it, despite its wishes. Afterwards, an enormous rumbling sound proves that the strike was also sufficiently strong. By the time the Seaborn is miserably thrown against a turret that's never been fired, its body had already been considerably cut down in size. Like so, grasp its movements, make a decision, swing your weapon, aim to kill. This is how you fight them. You are slower than before, and more cautious. Your life on land has been no small influence on you. I never thought... But how did you survive? I thought you died, but you... And Swordfish, how did you two survive? What about the others then? The first company and the fourth company? Did they... By my standards, my survival was a tragedy. The Seaborn told me that the others could not be allowed to live on. They would not have overlooked anything in their nest. Of course, based on Gladia's usual attire, by her standards this was also a disgrace. Finish it off first. As for your situation, we can wait for all the hunters to arrive. You, in this dry, floating vessel, on this ship, hunt. You left our kind. Death does not benefit our kind. Your death also does not benefit our kind. You... Ha! What kind of hunter talks before his quarry is dead? That's the first lesson we teach in field training. I seem to always be cleaning up after the messes of you Aegirs. What is it you want? What do you need with my ship? Look what you did to Iberia and to Victoria, letting monsters overrun Ursus. Ugh, stubborn bastard! Run it through, now, Alfonso! Take this! Is it over? Ugh, I can't feel my hand. Look out beneath you. What? It's not dead yet. It chipped through the deck, trying to jump into the chopping block yourself, you sack of meat. No, not quite. After it, we didn't chase it back into the cabin. There's still more of its kin on the ship. It's looking for her. Herald, scaleless, kin, wounds can't be healed. No way to nourish our kind. They all attack. Attack, but not to hunt. Amaya simply listens quietly. The wound Spectre left on her slender body continues to bleed, dripping into the pool of blood already shed by the Seaborn, and mixing into one. Amaya simply listens quietly. You also hurt. You consume me. Kin, you live. Our kind will continue and survive. The Seaborn bows its body, lowering itself at Amaya's feet. It closes its eyes and awaits death. Amaya continues to listen quietly. Dedication. Sacrifice. These sorts of unrequited altruisms are respected by humans and considered virtues. Aegir. I have never even seen that country myself. A vast, vast country. larger than Iberia, Victoria, or Ursus, or perhaps all three combined. I've heard that the Aegir are rationalists, but how rational can they be compared to the rationality of our kin? Listen to me, Herald. There is nothing noble about sacrifice, and dedication is not necessarily a virtue. Virtue? Noble? You do not need to understand what sacrifice or dedication are. Only the mediocre would presume that the Seaborn becoming closer to humanity is any form of evolution. No. This is merely an increased tolerance to allow for more possibilities. When we praise those who selflessly serve their kin, all that means is that so many more have chosen to do otherwise. If even young gloom pincers die in the jaws of their natural predators to protect their kind, then why do we feel a need to repeatedly extol such a virtue? Humans only sing the praises of what's rare, using morality to whitewash altruism, all in an attempt to justify their utilitarian hearts, deeming themselves more noble than beasts. Such ridiculous self-aggrandizement. It is clear that the cracks between nations and races are tearing this land asunder. Life has never been without order, my herald. This is the final answer I sought, for which I left the land and entered the sea. The Seaborn closes its eyes. It is contemplating the words of Amaya, the words of its kin. It does not understand, but its kin says that it does not need to understand, only to do. The next moment, it feels its scaleless kin placing her hand upon its body. Its kin says, I ask of you, remember me, set me free, consume me. Amaya! No, the scent is still here. It couldn't have gotten far. It cut through the walls corroded by the Neversea brand and returned to the ocean. But that's not all. Something happened here. Its blood trails disappeared. You all stay here. I'll go after it myself. Why would hunters be afraid to return to the ocean? This is a disgrace. Then stew in that disgrace, Gladia. We need to tread carefully, and I alone will be enough to handle this. I'll go with you. To monitor me? To maintain discipline? As you please. But surely you can feel it too. More Seaborn are approaching. This place may be closer to the shore, but it's already become the heart of the ocean. Soon, soon, the grand domain. Very soon. The storm is tearing the sky open. The terrible waves, they come. They will come. We shall watch. We shall wait. We shall meet the terrible waves. No. Well, that one was lengthy. And so we come to the final level. Let's see if we can do it then, I suppose. Oh, there's more story to read. Okay. I mean, I expected there to be more story to read, but whatever. The Eye of Iberia. It's been a long, long time since I last set foot here. Countless soldiers from the Penal Battalion laid down their lives here. And when the Seaborn finally broke through our defense line, countless engineers died in vain inside the lighthouse. Before our last ship was swallowed, we fled. For every 10 men who left home, hardly one returned. But now, behold. Light! Light! Carmen's voice trembles for the first time in an eternity. Kelsey stares out into the center of the distant wreath. A massive lighthouse illuminates the entire sky, as bright as day. I don't see the ship. That is a good sign. It proves they found what they were looking for. Let us proceed. As long as this light is not extinguished, we will press forward. Monitor. Clear the way. We're going in. the heat of fire. The sea terrors gather around the main door, wandering, spinning. Carmen's eyes sweep into the distance. They follow a line of the charged corpses of these abominations the entire way, their remains vanishing with the wind. The sea terrors do not feel fear, but they do know how to seek advantage and avoid disadvantage. Their base instincts have taught them to hunt cautiously. They have been taught fear. These creatures may not know what a country is, let alone laws and morals, but they have learned to fear the High Inquisitor. They have learned to fear everything we have built on top of civilization. Dario! Kelsey does not say anything. She can see. She can see a strange ring on a patch of fluorescent ground. Charred corpses are stacked high into a mountain. The depths of tens of thousands of their kin had imprinted a new behavior upon the sea terrors. Do not approach the lighthouse. A feeble flame still flickers. It was originally a great bonfire. Before the sea terrors had perished in a tide of death, there was nothing flammable here at all. At the heart of the flame stands a single man. He lifts his lantern and leans on his sword, just as he did when he learned to stand guard in his youth, motionless. You've done well, Dario. Be at peace now. The lantern in Dario's hand seemed to echo Carmen's farewell. In an instant, the fire swallows even more sea terrors before the raging flame, then wraps around the silent High Inquisitor. His already clouded eyes are still gazing far into the distance. Carmen remains silent for a long time before Dario's statue-like body. Kelsey does not interrupt Carmen's mourning. She only takes in the scene with her eyes. There aren't many signs of the hunter's activity here. The High Inquisitor remained here alone, staving off the surging tides of sea terrors until his life was spent. But even if the soldier's life force had bled dry long ago, the sea terrors still feared him, because his flame had not extinguished, because his light had not dimmed. The Inquisitor had turned himself into a force of nature, a pledge to defend the sanctity of the Eye of Iberia, even beyond death. After a long time, Carmen lifts his head. Only then does Kelsey see the signs of age in the old man in front of her. Though the Inquisition had used various methods to prolong his life, in this moment he could no longer hide the fatigue in his eyes. He turns his head and looks towards Kelsey, then back to Dario, who is gradually disappearing into the flame. It reminds me of the way he dies. Oh, hold on, we're still going. He was my finest student, Kelsey. We have 3 minutes to mourn the death of this soldier. Once the flames go out, nothing will stand between the sea terrors and their nest. They will swarm this place. Also, I didn't see the girl. At least his disciple survived. Are there no higher-level seaborn here? Doesn't seem so, for the time being. Their numbers are nothing to be feared, then. For the time being. We ought to find a more permanent solution. The Eye of Iberia was built by Bregan. It has the potential to become the hub for establishing a link with Aegea. Assuming they were able to find the ship. Wait, hold on. Who reactivated the Eye of Iberia? Neither the Aegea nor Dario should have had any experience with this. By the way that Dario died with the standing death reminds me of Culain. I don't remember how to say his name. The Lancer from Gaelish mythology. Or where the way he died was he stuck a spear into the ground and then tied himself to it. And he continued fighting with just like tied to his spear because he could no longer support his own body because he took so many injuries. And it was so that the entire army, even though they charged him, eventually they stopped and they just stood there in fear. Because even though they thought he had died like countless times over, he still moved and slaughtered them from his stationary position. It became such that the army would not move until they saw the crows land on his corpse and peck at him. Only then did they know that he was truly dead. And Dario had a similar sort of death, which is really cool. Anyways, moving on. Look up there. Finally. Uh, the, the control panel is fine. Ugh, I'm totally worn out. Ugh. Ah! You're... I must admit, you've surpassed my expectations. You managed to relight the Eye of Iberia by yourself, restoring at least 30% of its functionality. You did this, alone, under these conditions. You're the one Mr. Elysium mentioned. Oh, what about the Mr. Inquisitor? He's been fighting for his life down there this entire time, and I didn't dared to get close to him since I wouldn't be able to help anyway, so all I could do was keep an eye on the control panel here, and... He made the ultimate sacrifice. What? But by no means was it in vain. He sacrificed himself for his faith, and as such will now live on forever. He died heroically as an Inquisitor, as a vindicator of Iberia. His ideal self shall be forever enshrined on the coasts of Iberia. And then there is you, Aegir. You have defended the purpose of his sacrifice. You have persisted all this time, and never given up. You've done well. I never got to talk to him much, but he... what about Grandfaro? What's going to happen to my home? I usually don't answer every question from the general public, but for now I don't intend to lie to you. Grandfaro will soon be under the management of the Penal Battalion. The citizens will all come under their unified control and contribute to the construction of frontline checkpoints. Also, Tiago died at the hands of heretics. No! How could this happen? Uncle Tiago, is he really? He had long been aware of the Church of Deep's cultists, yet turned a blind eye to them. His cover-up thwarted the plans of the Penal Battalion, and delayed our ability to send support here. Even if he'd escaped death, he would have not escaped me, child. Geordie collapses limply onto the ground. He feels numb and exhausted. He feels like the single string supporting him through everything that had happened, long worn thin, had suddenly snapped. Uncle Tiago. Why? Monitor, guard the entrance. Can you confirm where the Stultifera Navis was last seen? Dame Kelsey? Not that far. And the last signal came from less than 48 hours ago. What? She's still able to send signals? Bragan helped the Iberian royal family construct lighthouses and fleets. Why, if not for restoring a connection to his homeland? Be it the Eye of Iberia or some transponder hidden in a corner in the Stultifera Navis, they all use the Aegir's technology without reservation. Of course, all of this assumes that the Seaborn haven't already destroyed the ship or turned it into their nest. Carmen's eyes silently follow the direction of the light extending towards the horizon. The Stultifera Navis cannot be seen by the naked eye. The ocean is too expansive, and what's not too far for a ship is still a cruel joke to those on land. The weary saint once again shows his age. His lips quiver, as if innumerable thoughts are crossing his mind. Alfonso, Garcia, Torre, Julia, are you still out there? My captain and Gladia pursued it into the sea. We should go help them. No, we'd be better off waiting here. The waters are restless, and the seaborne scent swirl together. There's probably more than just one. Did you hear something, Skaji? What? No, I didn't. I see. What have you done to this place? You, Aegis, how did you get in here? I was the only one with the key, and when the old deadbeat kicked the bucket, I threw it into the ocean. It's been 50 years already. If this is the power source for the vessel, wouldn't locking it up mean giving up hope? The old deadbeat was the last engineer we had. When he died, we had nobody left who could fix the ship. To make matters worse, we were already tangled up in the Seaborn and couldn't get away. Didn't need anyone rocking the boat on my watch. But answer me, how did you find this place? Bragan. The captain followed the clues he left, which led to Iberia, and then here. You people, you know the shipwright? Nope, not at all. I've always been more into the arts anyway. But it really shouldn't come as a surprise. To return to Aegir, we must follow the trail of the Aegir. What's this? Ah, you've gotten your hands dirty digging up some of the Bragan personal belongings. Hasn't Aegir ever heard of respecting people's privacy? What does it say? Bragan's experience on land. A travel log, I guess? Is this what the captain's been looking for? No clue. Why didn't you ask her yourself? Just a small part of it. Returning empty-handed, eh? It disappeared. Furthermore, the reason we didn't chase any further is because there were signs of other seaborn nearby. They came here following distant scents and the calls of their kin. Now, I don't mind skipping straight to the slaughter, but we should resolve the problem of this ship first. You dare treat my Iberia as a prize to be taken? This ship is the only way for us to return to Aegea, and only it can contract our cities. As for the issue of repairs, perhaps I might be more qualified than a handful of backward Iberians who know little of Brigands technology. I can't pass up this opportunity, even if we must resort to force. 2 against 4, eh? 3 against 3. Captain? Not so fast, Gladia. Don't forget what I said. You never gave me a reason to give up on returning to Aegea. I'm telling you, you don't know what it's like there now. The Seaborn have never taken the initiative to attack our cities unless their nests and living spaces were threatened. Each act of slaughter, each act of destruction, has been fueled by the Aegea's degeneracy. They thought we were dead. They lost contact with us. The blood of the Seaborn flow within us. In all our long years battling against these enemies, we finally have a prime opportunity. And you think these few acts of degeneracy have nothing to do with the scum we fight? Even if we left alone, the Seaborn's living spaces will grow like a tumor until the entire ocean is devoured. This and that are 2 separate issues, neither of which can be solved by heading home, rejoining the army, and marching forth once more. Why don't we try thinking outside the box this time? So you've chosen to listen to those lowly beasts, to walk with them, to understand them. They call us their kin, but what do we know about them? Far too little. I can hardly even understand what I've seen myself. Until we've obtained definite answers about their gods, everything we do is uselessly groping around in the dark. What are you talking about, Captain? You and the Seaborn. How do we still know you're on our side? Why do you have to... Every hunter who thought that they could get something out of the Seaborn has ended up disappearing. Of course, you should understand that better than me. Their whispers resonate. They will invade your mind. Those are not your thoughts. Skadi, that's also a separate issue. I'll let Gladia give you the specifics. Ship captain, escort them away. I was just thinking the same thing, Aegea. What a pity. Stillness. Silence. Hunters long separated always have seemed to have the least pleasant of reunions. Something squirms in the heart of Skadi and Spectre. The chief mate hesitates, its wounds still aching. Swords are drawn, bowstrings stretched taut. Quiet. Too quiet. Wait, how is this possible? The rushing of the waves, the howling of the wind, the creaking sounds of the hull being torn about by Seaborn, they all become distant. Hunters! The ship is sailing! Nonsense, old Iberian. Just how many years do you think? No, I swear it's true. Something's pushing the ship, and it might have been pushing the ship the whole time we were chasing after the Seaborn. And from the very beginning, our surroundings have been unusually quiet. Kin, gather. Take this cell and go far away. Follow. We will follow. We will find the end of the storm. The waves are fading. Silence is coming. I don't hear anything at all. After so many years of the waves washing against us. Why? Everything is just like that day. Garcia! Ugh, my hand! It's shaking. Damn it! If I didn't need to hunt, I would have lopped this thing off long ago. What's the meaning of this, Aegea? Gladia does not answer. She imperceptibly reaches for her neck. The scales, the part of her that do not belong to her, are resonating with something. The scent of the Seaborn, the smell of the ocean, it's all gone. Look outside. It's way too peaceful. How could this be? What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Wait. Did you hear that? What was that? Was there something? The ocean sank into an unprecedented silence. Anomalies appeared across the shore, as violently ebbing tides and irregular waves heralded the coming of disaster. All sounds were smothered. From waves crashing against the shore to the chiming of the city clock towers, all noise faded away, until the voices of all the people disappeared as well, until the wind was stilled. The profound silence came without a sound. Impossible. It's just like in the Inquisition's records. Are we facing another silence? Shark, where are you going? Heading up to check things out. I'll go with you. Me too. No, Scotty. You and Gladia stay here. Scotty. Why? Stay with Gladia, and remember this one thing. You will always be our hunter. Laurentina, let's go. Spectre lifts her head towards the sky. The dark clouds know not when to dissipate, but she, who has lost the concept of time, finds a sea of stars in the sky. She can finally hear that voice, the voice that calls out to her. Spectre paces around the deck, and Ulpianus casts her a concerned glance for just a moment. You and the captain have a keen sense of smell. Can you sense any seaborne around us? No. Right now there is little difference between here and the land. Even though we're clearly floating out at sea. It's disconcerting. I'll head the other way to see if we're really being pushed by a current. See you soon. Oh, starry sky. This is the first time in many years I've seen the stars so clearly. I had forgotten so many things. I forgot my home was used by others, and what finally saved my life and awakened my memories was the part of me I hated most. Accepting that I'm a freak actually wasn't as hard as it sounds. That's what makes me unique. The one final thing I'm unable to let go of is my home. But have I really returned? Is this place on the sea's surface really Aegir? Is this still my home? Just because Gladia never said it doesn't mean I wouldn't realize. It wouldn't be the first time rifts have grown between hunters, but between us and Aegir? We've been separated by the shore for too long. I remember something else. When I was little, I once went with my parents and grandparents to watch the stars on the ocean's surface adorn the sky, on a day much like this. Even the most beautiful pearl geode couldn't compare to that splendor. In retrospect, even after I became a hunter, I was always leaving my home again and again, but never reaching anywhere else. I suppose I'm getting a bit homesick. Where are you going to take me this time, Amaya? Under the magnificent starry sky, the creature quietly looks down on Spectre. It makes not a single sound. The ship splitting the waves, the wind's bluster, all sounds are drowned out by his soft murmurs. He hovers in the air as if walking on water, gently kissing the light of the stars and moons, his tentacle coruscating in a beautiful array. Nowhere, Laurentina. The ocean is boundless, and wherever we go is all the same. I've always been able to hear your song, Amaya. Laurentina, what if that is the name of our scaleless kin, the Liberi, the Iberian? As I consumed her, she kept stroking my head. She spoke to me of many things. Time itself was like frozen dust, an eternity seeming to pass as I listened to her. Until she could no longer speak, until even her bones were digested by our smallest kin, she nurtured me with both nutrition and time. She taught me everything I know. Since when were you so sentimental towards your food? Such was her request. I merely granted it. If there is purpose to such emotions, we are willing to experiment. What of Ishamla, Gladia, and Ulpianus? Are your kin ready to return to the Great Sea? We've had a bit of an internal disagreement. Why? Your home is clearly right before your eyes. We many are clearly right here awaiting you. You're homesick, Laurentina. Amaya told me that. Of all the Aegir she ever made contact with, you harbor the greatest affection for Aegir itself. Come, embrace me, and I'll bring you back home. You know, I've never touched a living seaborn before. I prefer your kind dead, just as you prefer to give shape to an organic matter, even though it offers nothing for your survival. Do you have any other pursuits than survival? Pursuits? Like your pursuit to return home? The survival of our kind, the survival of more of us, the survival of we many. All beings ought to form a single entity. Life should not be so disorderly. Oh, wow, it's pretty. The Seaborn descends onto the deck. Spectre laughs. You're a graceful one. Did Amaya teach you that as well? It was just her request. A memento. I suppose that means you'll be paying back both of our debts. Ah, before her death, Amaya entrusted you to me. I will make use of your life. I will also fulfill your requests. Amaya thanks you. She said I should help you. Because of you, their work was able to take another step forward. Their research and ideals have all advanced greatly. I can talk to you about Isham La. I can take you back to Aegir. I can share with you where our kind are and how they are doing. I can name your clansmen who are trying to become one with us. Amaya begged me to help you. Only through helping you will you accept us as kin. In that case, my first request is... Stop singing. I want to hear the wind of my hometown. Very well. In an instant the wind and the waves return to Spectre's ears. Just as the sound of the first wave splashing against the deck rings out clearly, Ulpianus's giant blade is already poised above the Seaborn's head. Die. What? It managed to block? Yeah. Ulpianus! A sufficiently heavy blow. Our kin in the ocean will welcome his unconscious form. They will take him back to our nest, where we will spend time becoming one with him. As for this floating box, it has been used to house our kin who have not yet adapted to the sea, but most of them died, and the rest have refused to become one with us. Therefore, it is no longer needed. Spectre is unable to see the Seaborn's movements, but like a piece of garbage being swept aside by a pedestrian, the once glorious cannon mounted on the ship vanishes in the blink of an eye. A few seconds later, an enormous splash is heard in the distance, and it reveals where the steel construct had gone. How did it manage to slice off that cannon? With its tail? Shit. Spectre's eyes are unable to follow. Whether shaken by the ease with which Ulpianus was repelled, or distracted by the sound of the metal cannon being sliced through, Spectre is easily struck and sent crashing into the deck. She was unable to see the attack at all. Come, let us return to the sea. Whether to hunt or to communicate or to evolve, we must all return to the sea. Halt! You trying to take apart my ship, you monster? Garcia! The chief mate charges at the Seaborn, but before even laying a finger on that elegant being, the chief mate's movements suddenly freeze. Kin. This is kin. I am attacking my own kind? What a paradoxical being. You have consumed many of our kin, yet many more go hungry. You ought to feed them. Turn into nutrients and nourish our kind. Garcia! What are you doing to my chief mate? God damn it! Don't worry, I'm alright. Alfonso. What is it? Wait, hold on. What? Garcia, you... Alfonso. Today is the last day of our voyage. All these years, I always treated myself as a monster. Easier that way. I know. If I die, you'll be lonely. And then you'll die. You shouldn't die. So I'm worthless. Today is the last day of our voyage. I think I already feel kinship towards it. No. No! Garcia, you can still talk. You're still yourself. No. Time is up. The Stultifera will soon sink. The fluorescent sea has already started to corrode the ship. I will fight to the death as an Iberian. I will never accept it as my kin. The Seaborn has already bent down. It looks hardly any different from the greatest chief mate Iberia has ever known. Garcia nudges the shining crown sitting atop its head. My beloved, remember your duty. You are not fighting me, Garcia. You are fighting we many inside your heart. You are on this ship, but you thirst for the sea. But it doesn't matter. Become sustenance and nourish our kin, or become one with us. The chief mate's body is punctured, blood gushing out like a spring. The Seaborn tosses Garcia overboard into the ocean, like chucking out bait. It gazes from above, noble and impassive, like an inviolable Acon. What just happened? How could it so easily? Human, kin, and all living things in between. Amaya wishes to correct you, and thus it shall be done. I simply welcome back my kin, and welcome back Isham La. Protect the lives of our kin, then return to we many. Return home. Shark. Gladia effortlessly steps forward, casting off the gentle beckoning from behind. In the space of a moment, Skarji, who had been standing beside her, and Spectre, once again returning to battle, react in sync and brandish their weapons at the Seaborn. As the fastest of the group, Gladia would improve the synergy between the three if she slowed down a bit, but she had already lost the capacity to stay calm. It dodges, or more accurately, it simply takes a step forward, but its speed is sufficient. It has its eyes only on Skarji. There are many among us who wish to see you, Ishamala. Ishamala. Our kind awaits you. We await you. We hope you will answer our call. Filth, is there no end to your arrogance? Gladia whirls her lance at the Seaborn, but it does not evade. It is run through, its body easily lifted, and smashed down into a deep pit. No good. What's happened to your body? Soon, many kin indeed will reach my heights. We are changing every day, Gladia. We are one whole. You are of the strongest batch. Where's my captain? Tossed into the sea. He was injured pretty badly. Even their gods were unable to devour Ulpianus. He won't die so easily. Its body seems to have undergone some changes. It's nothing like the trash we encountered in Salviento. Swordfish? Treating an enemy with caution rather than contempt? Maybe I'm still missing some memories, but does that ever happen, Skarji? No, you're right, it is rare. But Seaborn like this were also rare. What kind of prey stands before 3 hunters and remains unscathed? To be fair, I've barely done anything yet. The ship won't hold out if we keep fighting like this, though. It's grown much stronger. Just the last few blows have already set the lowest deck on fire. How dare you treat Garcia and my ship like this? I'll make you regret it, monster. Please, my kin, even more of our kin call out to me, asking me to maintain the ocean's growth and tranquility. If you get in my way, I have no choice but to consume you. I beg of you, return to our kind. Hey, Amaya. If you insist on calling me that. Sure do. Anyway, I just remembered something which really should have been written into those scriptures. What? She still owes me her life, and you're going to pay it back. A debt? If you are willing to return to our kind, I will grant you that. No can do. The Seaborn does not answer. It silently leans forward, baring its claws. In an instant, the damage to the ship's hull passes a critical threshold, and everything in sight shakes violently. Minutes. Yes, your kind's conception of time. Amaya spoke of this before. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes this box will be surrounded by our kin. It will sink. Hunt and consume. Survive and evolve. It has never hesitated. Oh my god, I get to play the game. That took so long. It was just a pre-battle fight, but it still took so long. Oh, that's the boss, is it? Looks like it. The golden age will return again. Yeah. Now this is what I've been waiting for. Oh, they're going that way. I didn't expect that. Oh, that's bad. But it's not that bad. When the days were young, Iberia's future bright as the sun. She whispers when the sails ascend that the golden age will return again. The golden age will return again. Oh, there's a spot right there I can put someone. I didn't realize that. Oh, he moved forward, the bastard. Come on, respawn. Respawn, you bastard. That's not going to cut it. Ah, hooey. Alright, I need to figure out how to deal with those things. I already know how to deal with them. Don't worry about it. Let me just look at the map just to make sure. Yeah, it'll be fine. That means I get to sing the song again. Yay! The golden age will return again. Remember when the days were young, Iberia's future bright as the sun. She whispers when the sails ascend, the golden age will return again. The golden age will return again. Oh god, it's moving. I didn't expect it to be moving. Kill him! Please kill him. Stun the bastards. For as long as I can. That should be enough to stop him, though. More of these bastards? Ugh, bastard. Shit. I can't even stop him because he's bloody on the stupid thing. Oh, and that doesn't even do any damage. Oh, it's over. or forget our beliefs. And the storm we must endure, my friend, for the golden age to return again. For the golden age to return again. Ah, damn it. I can't even see how much health the bastard have. Oh, not much. Come on, grab. Somebody stop this bastard. Oh my god, there's more? Wait, what am I supposed to do? I thought that was going to be the end. I was like, that's the end of the fight, yay! It was not the end of the fight. My word. This will be hard, huh? Well, if I put Mudrock here, I can stop the bastard from moving forward. Then I could put down... What's the stupid guy's name? You know him, you love him. Executor. Executor could then block him there and deal damage there. What after? I don't know what else I can do there. I'll just have to give it a go. As long as he stays there, I'm fine. He's disappeared. Oh god, he's moved. Oh, this is over. I'll have to kill his first form with a Roomba while I wait for Mudrock to spawn. I should be able to do that. But first, let me get my units up. Okay, that's first form down. Now I just need to get Mudrock up. There you go. Right there. I'll keep them blocked. I'm gonna wait for this guy to move. There he goes, and now... Okay. That's that on that. That's that taken care of. I knew that wasn't gonna work. I guess I need to move my defensive line back so that I can actually be in range of my healers. Because at the moment I'm not in range at all. That'll do. Okay, got my healers up, that's all well and good. I'm gonna wait for this guy to move so that I know. Yep, there you go. That shadow's not gonna live there forever. Should be careful. And so the bastard spreads. Damn it, really? That didn't work? Oh, that works. That does work quite well. Damn it, he got the damn stuff. The status boost, whatever. Alright, that got him. Whoa, Mizuki, don't die. Mizuki, don't die challenge. But Shadow, don't die as well, please. I wonder if there's a point putting Modrock here. May as well. Oh, this is working better. Get his ass, Modrock. How is Modrock even healing? Oh, because of her shield. Oh, because there's so many hits hitting her at once that her shield literally can't go away. But I don't have any thing on the thing, so he's just gonna go through. Unless I stun him. No, that didn't work. Damn it. Curses. Oh, I don't think she's out healing the damage. That's bad. What, that didn't stun him? That's bad. Come on, die. Thank you. That guy's invisible. That's not good. That's not good at all. Ah, but I can't heal the bastard. Things are quickly growing out of my control. Please stop. Please stop. Oh my god. Grab will come up. Ah, fuck's sakes. I don't know how to deal with those last dudes. You really... Okay, I was about to get upset. If he spawned behind Mudrock, I would have been upset. He did spawn behind... No, he stunned Mudrock. There's a difference. Oh, really? I'm just going to lose like that? Oh, that's so lame. Wow, that's lame. That's pretty lame. Okay. I guess this is what happens when you don't level up any wandering medics. Oh well. I guess I'll buy these. What to do? Well, let's just roll gacha for now. Come on, Irene. Please give me Irene at this moment. She means everything. I still don't have enough. King Sky, hey, what's up? Probably was a better time for you to arrive than right now. You got W? Hey, nice. Considering, I mean, assuming that you didn't have her before, that's a good thing. Considering she's not technically raid up. No, just kidding, lol. Oh. Why would you lie to me like that? You've betrayed my trust. I can never trust in you again. Oh well. I think I've been going for 5 hours, which is considerably longer than I usually go for. And it's nearly 2:30 in the morning, so I think I'll probably call it and then come back and do the final chapter at some point. Probably like maybe tomorrow or something. Oh, I have to auto deploy it first? That's lame. I'll do that later. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for coming by. I thought that the final level would be easy, but it's looking to be considerably more difficult than I initially expected. So I'm gonna have to do some strategizing and come back to it. And that'll be it for me for tonight. But you know, there'll always be more. There'll always be more Arknights, I hope. We'll come back tomorrow and finish the final level. And with that, I'll catch you on the flippity flop. Good night.